Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Happy Thursday, January 26th, and welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trader Show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hopefully, everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. We had a jam-packed day yesterday. We had FOMC. We had the rate decision, no cut, no hike, rates remain. We had Tesla report earnings. We had Meta report earnings. We had Microsoft report earnings. All three of those names beat expectations. They beat, was a double beat on the revenue and the EPS. We had unemployment claims this morning, came in lower than the previous reading, slightly above the forecast, and we're scheduled to potentially gap up on SPY. Little baby gap up on SPY, but we're looking to trade within prior day's range. We are seeing a couple of moves take place in the pre-market. Of course, gold continues to make all-time highs and accelerate. If you are in a gold position, you are laughing to the bank. You're really enjoying this. If you're looking to engage a new position in gold, we got to wait for those pullbacks. Don't chase gold, okay? So let's get right into it. We're officially open. Good morning, good morning. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. The goal is 20 likes by 10:30. Okay, 20 likes by 10:30. We can easily get that done. So right off the open, we're starting to see, okay, Qs are starting to push off the open. SPY is starting to push off the open. We have that PMH all the way at that 697.71. PMH at 696.71. 697.71. Okay. Okay, did my chart just disappear? Okay. So I just decided to disappear. Okay. All right. So pre-market high, mark out your levels. Daily open 696.34. We're still trading within prior day's range. We do have a nice little key zone down here. Of course, we have that 697.39, which is our key level as well. Make sure to check the game plan. For the folks in our Discord, game plan is sent out every day before 8 o'clock. We're trading slightly below VWAP. We're starting to see the Qs catch a bid here on that first 5-minute candle. The first 5-minute candle, it doesn't mean much. Unless you're trading the opening drive. The first 5-minute candle, right, you're not really too concerned. You're not looking to make any trades. The ones who are paying closely attention to that first 5-minute candle and 5-minute candles across the board are the ones who trade the 5-minute orb. Okay, 5-minute orb. PML is at 695.93. 695.93. 695.93. Okay. So PML coincidentally lines up with all of these. All right. If you watch these streams long enough, you'll realize there's no such thing as coincidence. Okay, Walmart is starting to get active. Walmart's starting to get active. I want to see if Walmart can hold above those highs. Let me take a look at WMT. Okay. WMT. So I want to see a hold on Walmart above those highs. Okay. SPY, paying attention to this key zone here. Lots of things converging, 50% retrace of the day. We do have PMH all the way at that 697.71. If we slice right through that, minimal regard, then we have that nice little push into 697. Push into that 695. See if Walmart can get that hold. I'm paying attention to Walmart here. Okay, we're at pre-market low. SPY's in that nice box. See if we can get some buyers to step in. Q's falling off a cliff. Q's below pre-market low. IW below pre-market low. Yesterday, that retrace reject off PML was nice. VIX sitting right at 17, 1702. Does it want to go slice right through, go to 695? We shall see. 5-minute orb army. 1 minute left. 1 minute left of the 5-minute orb army. We start to show some weakness below here. It's going to be a retrace reject. Okay. Now I'm not looking to fight the trend today. Okay, Walmart's starting to rock and roll. Walmart's starting to rock and roll. See if you can kind of cool off. If you did take WMT on that early entry, great job. Trading below VWAP here. New 5-minute candles. The orb blows at 695.67. 695.67. What a beautiful retrace reject. Ivy's back at 24. Ivy's back at 24. 5-minute orb army. That is a nice break. There's a nice retrace reject. This has room to 695. See if it has enough follow through. The downside, Walmart is taking off. The Dow is going. See if we get some follow through here. Walmart needs to cool off. If you did take Walmart, it is above that breaker. It's not above that daily upside breaker yet. I did break that. Not yet. It's coming close to that daily upside breaker. If you're waiting for that daily upside breaker trigger, okay, it's coming up. See if I can get a nice retrace reject off of that rejection zone, targeting here. If you took that retrace reject, 5-minute orb army, manage accordingly. You have room to 695. You have room into 695. Good morning, guys on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Hit the like button. Let's get 20 likes before 10:30. That's the goal. If we get to 50 likes before 12:30, we'll do a giveaway. We haven't done a giveaway in a long time. Q is falling off a cliff. Dow showing some signs of strength. IW caught up in the middle. IAU Lotto, 121%. Beautiful job, Fido. My mug has been very lucky. I'm telling you, it's the mug. It has to do with the mug. That was a nice retrace reject. Walmart is out of here. Walmart is out of here. That was the... Anyone catch Walmart by any chance? If this breaks below 695, right, this can be your first leg. If it can break below 695, buyers don't step in. This can start to drop into 693 for 94. 5-minute orb army is having a blast. Retrace reject army is having a blast. We're starting to see the IWM catch a bid. The Dow is in full, as bullish as can be, off the open. So now, the retrace reject. We await that retrace reject. So Qs are coming into 630. Qs are coming to 630. Qs are coming into that 630. So we're probably going to get a bounce here. Right, see if this bounce can lead to a nice dead cat bounce. And we just have to decipher if it's a reclaim or retrace reject here. So coming into a UPO, retrace reject. Okay, let Walmart cool off a little bit. Waves are waving to the downside. VIX is out of here. Good morning, guys. Right out the gate, we're getting that drop. That's that daily open, 696.34. 696.34. Go, go, go. So you get a retrace reject. So if you're taking this bounce, you're taking it into that territory in hopes of a reclaim. Okay? But the VIX is headed north. The Qs are still headed south. Q 630. QQQ 630. That needs to hold. That can present a nice little bounce opportunity. If the Qs bounce off 630, right, then more than likely we're going to see SPY picking up some speed as IW's off to the races. Waiting for that flag break. You're waiting for this. See if you can kind of keep going and edge into that key zone. All right. Trying to be as patient as possible. If you did take this, right, this breakdown from here to here, right, my strikers who are in the 5-minute orb camp or the retrace reject army, right out the gate. That might be it. You might be done. So we're seeing QQQ. Okay. PLTR broke down as well. We're seeing, okay, MSFT. Come a little higher. If you're looking for that flag break, this might be that flag break. VIX is very strong. So if you're taking that flag break, you need that break below 695, and you want price to get into this territory, into the jaws of this runway. Okay, Walmart hit that target as well. Okay, Walmart's coming back for that retest. I like that. Walmart hit that target. See if WMT can come into that territory for that retest. If it starts to wick here on WMT, I'm going to take it right here. I'm looking at the February 6th contracts. Feb 6 contracts. What a nice breakdown here. So more selling pressure. We are filling the gap. More selling pressure. Nice compression breakdown below 695. And we're below 695. This is a critical level, guys. This is a critical level. 15-minute RM, we continue to wait. Nice breakdown here. So this led to that nice little dead cat bounce. A bounce, not enough. 212, slice right through it. Back to downside. The Qs are below 630. I'm going to take WMT right here. I'm in WMT. The Feb 6th contracts. I'll give it about a 30 to 50% stop, because if they do start to work, they are swings. I'm going to sit through a little bit back and forth, and they are out the money. They're out the money. Okay, so did execute on WMT. Initially broke until continue to push. Average fill, 49 cents. Here we go. Look at that drop once again, guys. If anyone in this, if you are, congratulations. Congratulations. Now it needs to hold below here. A lot of weakness to kick things off today. How we doing, strikers? So this breakdown led to that push lower. So what that means, that 695 retrace reject, or a potential compression breakdown on the one. Some sort of waves on the one, compression under the waves. My goodness. My goodness, guys. We are in full pursuit. Okay, so we couldn't hold that territory, and now we're in full pursuit of this territory here. So on the lower time frames that we're showing weakness, we need some sort of, okay, to really start to play it if we're not in the position already. Wow. This is as clean as it gets, guys. Expected move for the day is 691.81. $691.81. What a drop. Look at the 5 minute. No signs of life on the 5. 15-minute orb. Breaks below that 690. 693.17. 693.18 territory. Did go ripple. So at least I need a retrace reject off of here. All right, or some sort of compression breakdown. Look at the VIX. VIX is out of here. VIX is out of here. VIX is at 18. VIX made an entire dollar move. And the VIX made an entire dollar move. If you're waiting for a bounce, see if you can get a hammer off a key level. But just know you're contrarian in that case. You're going against the trend. Right, so see if we can get a bounce at least into that key zone back lower. We're getting close to that bounce area on Walmart. That ripple is rippling. Wow. My goodness, guys. That selling is some aggressive selling. So Palantir is probably breaking down. Square probably breaking down. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community. So far, this retrace, reject. I have no horse in the race, unfortunately. 2 runners up 25%. Beautiful job. So whatever you do, guys, don't have FOMO and chase. Just look for the next area to get involved. Stay calm. Stay poised. All right, don't feel eager to start chasing. See if you can get a dead cat bounce on the 5. See if you can get a dead cat bounce off some levels. The fact that the Qs gave up 630, right, with minimal effort was surprising. If we can get back above 630, that's going to be critical to watch on the Qs. Okay, get that 5-minute candle on the Qs, right? Those 5-minute candles with that reclaim turns to a wick on the higher time frame. Turns to a wick on the higher time frame. Turns to a wick on the higher time frame. I'm looking at the 692s. 692 puts on SPY. See if you get a nice push into this territory. We're moving 93 cents. So complete different. You see how different it is, guys. We're moving twice as much as we were moving yesterday. If you're on team reversal, you're waiting for that hammer on the 5. Get a nice little hammer. See if I can get a nice price action combination of that territory for that retrace reject. Everything's starting to wake up. Looking at the 692s. See if you get a price action combo. If that turns into a reclaim, there's nothing there. I'll wait for the next level. Up here. View up is there as well. So the bulls are currently using this path to the upside. See if you can put some pressure on the bulls. 5-minute dead cat bounce. If you're looking for that, reversal, you need that push above 630 on the Q. That's going to help the case. See if you get that rejection here. We're moving very, very fast, guys. Keep that in mind. I want a price action combo on the 1. Okay, I'll take the puts right there on SPY. And the puts here. See if you get a nice push to the downside. Some follow through. Get back below the orb. Up 8. TP where you need to if you did take that. Up 10. I'm going to take some off right there at 14. Down to runners. Go, go, go. Up 17, 16. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. I want it to stay below the orb. Up 18. I want it to stay below the orb. I want to stay below the orb. Up 19, 20, 22. Okay. 693.18. I want price to stay below that. Okay, I'll close it right there at 22. Don't want to give that up. Okay. Quick, 22% right there. We're moving 95 cents per 5-minute candle. Can it continue to push lower? Sure, but I didn't like how the VIX was kind of fading here. It is early, still early on that breakdown. I wanted to secure some of that profit at 22% in like 2 minutes. If you're still down to runners, still looks good on the 1. On the 5, you just don't need that break above those highs. Don't need a break above those highs. Don't need a break above those highs. Beautiful 22% there. Done for the day. Don't want to overtrade. Thanks for the insight. Absolutely, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe, guys. Look at the ideas. Look at the breakdown. Okay, so you can see retrace, reject there. That breakdown there. I caught this one here. If you're still in this, beautiful job. That's the idea for the day. So even though I provide the insight for those breakdowns, unless I take it, I'm not going to take credit for it. All right, so I'm not one of those people that say, hey, you know what? Look, I called this, I called that, I called this. Unless I take it, all right, it's just analysis, okay? Which happens to be technical. All right, nice breakdown. Anyone else babysitting this? I took it to here. Now that's the cue for this to fully break down. If you're babysitting this, if you're a high-paid babysitter, you don't want to close back above 693.18. You should be up 30, 40% by now, possibly. But the beautiful thing is, guys, we're moving 97 cents per 5-minute candle. So the expansion environment is here. So you can see those quick percentage gains in a short period of time, if you're right. If you're wrong, you got to cut. Don't be wrong for long. Okay, see profit, take profit. Don't be wrong for long as a model. The 1 still looks good. Nice little breakdown there. 691 out, 51%. Having to sit on my hands now. Beautiful job. Beautiful job. Anyone else take that? When you're done managing the position, I don't want you to start commenting in the chat while you're in the position. Okay, so when you're done with the position, let me know how it fared, but that is the idea. Walmart, I'm still in Walmart here, guys. Those swings are down to 12%. I'm okay with that. Very, very light size. Further out as well, the 120s. So my stop was between 30 to 50%. I'm willing to sit through a little back and forth because it can be a multi-day hold. Let's take a look at Walmart real quick. So it's something I'm just paying attention to passively. It did provide that entry. I'm taking that retest. I'm taking that retest. All right, I'm taking that retest. Basically taking that fuel back up. On the hourly, it did break. It came back in. Okay, but it did push already to those highs. All right, so I'm trying to see if Walmart can fuel back up the upside. So I'm willing to sit through a little back and forth here on Walmart. My goodness, guys. My goodness. My goodness. I think I paper handed this. It was clean. All right. I'm greedy in a different way. I'm greedy to take profits. All right. That's how I express my greed. That's how I express my greed. 136. Okay. What are they now? 170. Okay, not bad. But just don't be too greedy, guys. Be greedy to take profits. Because a wick like that, a candle like that can evaporate everything. Okay? Now, the good TPs into here and, of course, into those lows. Expected move of the day is 691.81. The closer we get to those lows, the more interesting it becomes. Back the upside. But instead of me just going long off of one minute candle, I'm going to look for a textbook setup, right? A multi-point setup. What I mean by that, it has multiple variables, a checklist. All right. And we're going to start. I'm going to look for that reversal. As far as what's going on here, so this is exactly what we played here, team. Okay. In translation, this nice little pop to the upside translates to this. So now, okay, now we're in this area where we can see a nice little bounce, but I'm going to let the selling clear. I'm in no rush to take that bounce because if it does turn into a reversal, it's going to be apparent. Okay, it's going to be apparent. We still have a little bit of weakness left. VIX continues to accelerate. The Qs just can't seem to get together. That 630 on the Qs will be critical. Walmart is working its way back the upside. What date on Walmart? We got February 6th. February 6th on Walmart. February 6th on Walmart. Okay. Nice little buy block there. Somewhat of a tweezer top, tweezer bottom on the 5. Okay. If you're looking for the reversal, at least tweezer bottom. Break above these highs. I can see a case for that. All right. So if you're a bear, if you're bearish, you want to allow the bulls to try to reverse this thing. Okay, trying to see if it can break down and then see if it can fade back lower. Okay, so you're going to have to welcome the bulls into your house if you're a bear. You have to be a good guest. All right? They both coexist. It's a relationship. Holding for the day or till expiration. I'm holding until I see what I'm looking to get. And if it goes for 30, 40, 50% today, I'll take some off. I have until next week. I do like the setup. It's a daily time frame setup. So it's something I'm babysitting passively. Right? If it's something I'm babysitting passively, that just goes to show you there's not going to be as much size allocated to it. Okay? If it's something that I'm focusing on the 1 minute time frame, that means it matters. That means I'm paying attention to it minute by minute. I'm watching the money. All right? On the chart, through the via the chart. Is this another retrace reject off these lows? The orb is right there. That BOG is right there. So we filled the gap. We filled the gap from January 27th. Fill the gap from January 27th. If you're just joining us, the market has fallen off a cliff. SPY, that is. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, providing you as much value as possible. Commentary, guidance, trade ideas, Q&A, everything you imagine. Education, live education. All right, this is all for educational purposes only. Keep in mind, YouTube does have a delay. Although these ideas were provided, okay, you're getting you're getting the ideas 30 seconds, 45 seconds later. So when you're a scalper, 45 seconds, 30 seconds is a lifetime. That's half the life of a 1 minute candle. That's a huge difference. Okay, if you want the real-time analysis, delay-free experience, access to all of our resources, and join our thriving community, the links are in the description. You can scan the codes on the screen to join our thriving community. Retrace reject once again back to downside off these lows. They become shallower and shallower and shallower. Daily expected move for today is 691.81. So look, this is a daily downside break of retrace reject. So it's not just some random breakdown. Excuse me. It's not some random breakdown. Okay. So orb army. Excuse me. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so orb army. I don't know why I have the Tesla level 2 because I had the Tesla earnings. Orb army. So look, you might have got stopped out here. If you have the quad setup, maybe got stopped out. Maybe got close to stop, but you saw some drawdown. Worked in your favor. That retrace reject off the orb, the wave setup played out beautifully as well. All right. Wow. That was nice. Selling pressure is here, guys. So what was the game plan? Whatever the trend is, we're not gonna fight the trend today. All right. Not gonna fight the trend today. Okay. We're gonna build a relationship with the trend. We're gonna be friends today. No need to be a contrarian. At times, you can be contrarian. Right? We know how to do that. We know how to play that. We know how to play that balancing act. 52%, good. Anyone still holding those puts? If you are, you're done for the week. Good morning. Julie, how's your screen looking today? Do you still see green? Hopefully not. And man, guys, we're going all the way back to that weekly open. So this is the market digesting the data from yesterday. The earnings day has a catalyst. That's the catalyst, the digestion. So we essentially evaporated all those gains from this week. All the gains from this week evaporated. We do have a nice little key zone there. I want to bring to your attention. Wow. We're slicing through levels like nothing, guys. Slicing through levels like butter. To give you some context, those contracts are 275. Okay. When the ID was provided, okay, those contracts were 136. Not sure what it is. Maybe you tried another browser. Is it on your phone? Is it on your computer? Is it on your tablet? Maybe you tried downloading Firefox or a couple of other browsers maybe. I really want to get that resolved for you. Oh, what you can also do is you can try to make this screen you see the screen of my camera, the virtual camera? You can make my screen large. Okay? So you can try making this large. Let me put it in the chat. See if you can enlarge. You see it on YouTube? I don't want to put it on YouTube. Okay. You can see it on. You can't see it on YouTube. Did that work? Did that work when you enlarge the small screen that I have? Because that's the YouTube stream. One hour support resistance green. Let me go back to SPY. What a drop. That was a nice push lower. 1 hour support, 4 hour support resistance red, daily support resistance in the words of Mentor George. Nice runway at 687.15. Yeah, I can see that. Kevin. Right there. That's that daily downside target. And what a drop, guys. The main thing to pay attention to is we are accelerating. Walmart's up 14%. Okay? So Walmart's up. It was just a nice little shake and bake. Okay? My goodness. Forget Walmart. This retrace reject, this one alone. I mean, these are the days that can really change the. Okay, let's put it this way. It's the entire January. How many times did we get a day like this? So you're going to get days like this, aggressive selling, aggressive buying, maybe 1 to 3 times a month. The problem is, right, and you don't know which one it is. It was mainly maybe the digestion of catalyst. It could be one of those days, but you don't know when it is. right? But the problem is trend traders, they want this day, they want this every day, and they force this every day on the market. All right, Walmart's up 18% here. Walmart's up 18%. If you did take Walmart, manage accordingly. You can take some off. Matter of fact, I'm going to get a little greedy here. I'm going to take a majority off right there at 18% on Walmart. Okay? Why not? Okay? You made me sit through a little bit of drawdown, so you need to pay me for that. All right, so Walmart, I'll leave that. I'll leave the runners there, 18%. And now SPY, guys. SPY, we just evaporated all those gains on the week. So the Walmart idea, guys, it was posted. Okay, I don't post a lot of trade ideas outside of SPY, but the ones we do post, they go. The ones we do post, they go. Okay, the daily analysis, both entry models provided, suggested risk. Okay, so still watching on a green screen. I'll try to log in on my phone. Okay, if you can do that, just let me know. I'll maybe try downloading a different browser, a couple of different browsers. I'll say, see if the weekly buyers can start stepping back in, reclaim that 691.12. Qs fell off a cliff. We'll take a glance at some of the mega cap tech names in just a few. Folks on YouTube, make sure to smash the like button. Let's get the likes up. Okay, we can easily get to 20 likes. We have 40 plus people joining us. All right, if you're a first-time viewer, welcome aboard. This is the most value-packed live trading stream. Okay, most value-packed live trading stream. There's no gatekeeping. There's no strategy hiding behind a paywall. All the strategies are revealed on YouTube. All right, the paywall is just for the community and to cultivate that community for traders who are serious to level up. And of course, you have access to a ton of resources. All right. So if you're enjoying it, smash the like button. Let's get to 20 likes. We should be averaging around 20 to 30 likes per hour. Okay. This idea, if you're watching, this was provided to you, brought right in front of you. So what you do with it is up to you. What I did with it is I extracted 22. Walmart is up 18. Look at this, guys. So we're seeing. Let's quickly go to some other names. Look at this, guys. This is catalyst driven. This is digestion catalyst driven. The market is not going to drop like this for no reason. Okay. And what phenomenon have we seen take place? Remember the all-time high, the very next day, the pullback that continues to take place. The one thing that was alarming was the fact that we kind of moved it out of this channel. Very similar to the intraday action that we did see from a few days ago. We'll go over that day. Do you recall which day we had this exact same activity intraday? Okay. If you can recall which day was this week, you know how this pattern plays out. So we're slicing right through these bounce areas. Are there any signs of life? No signs of life. So we just slice right through this. It turns into rejection. Right? We want to see some price action combination in that territory. Signs of buyers. If we slice right through this, we're past that expected move. We're below the weekly open. We're red on the week. Red on the week, guys. Let's see the Qs. Mags falling off a cliff. And I'll talk to you guys about FNGD. Okay? One of these days we'll cover FNDG, why it's so important. All right? Do your research on FNGD. That's your homework. FNGD. Do your research on that and how it correlates to the mags. If you understand that, that will tremendously help you. MU's pulling back. Let's see if MU can pull back. PLTR. Let's go check on PLTR. Interesting. So I was debating between Palantir and Walmart. And Palantir, we talked about that. Look at that. Textbook. The fact that the market is dumping helps it. All right. So those were the ideas we discussed this morning. PLTR. We also had Hood to watch out for the bigger picture of that support. But it was more PLTR and WMT. So now WMT, I need WMT to trigger these highs, break above resistance. Okay, I don't want WMT to get back below the entry. I already extracted the majority at 18. All right, needs to pay me for my time. Okay, now SPY after dumping. It's starting to pause a little bit. You don't have to be Mr. Catch the bottom every day. Okay, you don't have to be Mr. Catch the bottom every day. Back to bullish on SPY, not yet. Okay, this looks like turnaround on SPY. Selling candles are smaller, possibly. It depends if you want to scalp it. Different approaches. All right, but the game plan for our strikers this morning was don't try to catch the bottom, look for retrace rejects. Don't try to catch the bottom, look for retrace rejects. Okay? Because sometimes as traders, right, we like that intellectual stimulation. Trend trading sometimes is too simple. Right? We want to catch the bottom. We want to look for reversal patterns because of the intellectual stimulation. It makes us seem like we're doing something. But we're not doing this. We have to remind ourselves, I have to remind myself as well, this is not intellectual stimulation. This is business. This is exchange. Whether you're intellectually stimulated or not, do you have something to show for it? Yes or no? So if it's a downtrend, we have to take advantage of the trend. Are there times where we could start to show some signs of weakness? The trend can start to fade and reversal? Yes. But I'm not going to try to front run it this go around. I'm going to wait for multiple variables to start feeding in to a potential case back the upside. Okay, we're at that daily downside target. We hit target. Can we at least get back above weekly open? Okay, that's number one thing here. Can we get above weekly open? Okay, if we can get above weekly open, can we start working our way back to 691.12? Okay, VIX is starting to go south. Is a live feed with no delays in your paid service? Absolutely. That's all available in the paid service along with access to all of our community features. All right. You have, I post anywhere from 3 to 5 swing ideas a month, right? Not a lot. My primary focus is day trading. Okay. But you have access to all this. Course, educational material, you name it, we got it. So if you do want to join the Discord, do that before February. Use the code WHOP. Okay, save 25%. It's an absolute steal. It's less than a stop for a lotto. It's less than a lotto contract. Absolute steal. The amount of value you get, unmatched. So take advantage so you can get grandfathered in. Once you're in, you're in. Okay? Very soon, the price will reflect the value. All right, and people will still join because the price reflects the value. Right now, the price does not reflect the value. The value is 100x the price. That's intentional. Okay, because we're still in our early development as a community. All right, so we're basically getting the people that trust the system, are serious about trading, and looking to level up while we're still in our growth phase of our community. Okay, so take advantage. That's all available. Folks on YouTube, if you're a first-time viewer, continue to tune in. Enjoy the stream. The protocol is watch for 3 to 5 episodes and make your decision after that. Okay? 3 to 5 episodes completely for free. You have to deal with a couple of ads. That's fine. There's ads everywhere. All right? When you watch a football game, there's ads. That you just have to, just the nature of the beast. Anything you watch, there's ads, unless you watch soccer, okay? Or the original football. Does anyone know why football is called football? Trivia. Why is American football called football? Does anyone know? Let's check in on our strikers. Okay, look at that. Beautiful job, 12%. That was the 949 short, 949. Yep, this one right here. 12%, 14%, 10%. 68. Walmart long, 11%. Beautiful job. Walmart's still up 18%. Let me just wait until second shift, guys. I'm probably going to start sizing down for the rest of the week. Probably the reason why I probably kind of cut a little early is I'm using full size as well. I'm just a human being just like anyone else, guys. When you do have full size, you do want to start securing that profit. It turns into a lot, right? So, and of course, I'm also developing as a trader as well. I'm not 100% perfect. I'm not at a point where I don't need to improve anything. And you can see the difference, right, in the way I'm managing Walmart in comparison to the way I'm managing SPY. So my ultimate goal is, of course, to have that same level of freedom, all right, same level of freedom on my full size position, right, and continue to scale up, continue to scale up, continue to scale up. Have that same level of freedom with 30, 40 contracts, right, without compromising the risk. All right. The reason why I have to secure that initial amount is because this is a business. By the end of the day, I want to have something to show for it. All right. I don't want to go down the line of playing the intellectual stimulation game. All right. If your spouse asks, hey, you know what? What did you do all day? What are you going to say? What are you going to say? Oh, yeah, I was up 25%, but I got stopped out. She's going to ask you, what are you doing? She's literally going to ask you, what are you doing? Right? So you want to make it count. Right? So it's a fine line between playing the game and not playing the game. And if you're going to play the game, playing it the right way. And by the end of the day, having something to show for it. Are you going to have something to show for it every single day? Probably not. Right? Small losses, define risk, open up for those rewards. All right, but you can't constantly walk away and end the day giving back something you had. That is what I'm essentially allergic to. So if that means I have to give up a majority of the gains or the upside, the meat of the move, to alleviate that, I'm okay with that because I have setups I can take advantage every day. As we're not a one-trick pony. If I only had one setup, right, then the frustration will get built up. Okay, I have over 10, 15 setups. I have lots of setups. There's multiple ways we can approach this. Multiple ways. Right? But if you're looking for that freedom to let your position ride, it's directly tied to the size you have on, the amount of size you have on. That's what it's directly tied to. If you don't believe that, what you can do is take a trade with one contract and take a trade with full size. The exact same trade. Stakes are higher. Right? Same trade. The chart doesn't care how many contracts you have, but we're human beings. Okay, we're human beings. We're gonna feel the gravity of the situation. We're gonna feel it. All right, my primary objective at the end of the day is to have something to show for it. End of the week, have something to show for it. Stack as many wins as possible. Am I going to win every day? Possibly, probably not. But if I manage risk accordingly to the best of my ability, I give myself a good chance by winning, by being victorious every week. I'm playing for the week. All right? I'm playing for the week. I'm playing each shift for the day. Okay? And the way I can capitalize off of that is just the runner, right? This week, I just been a little bit iffy on the runners, right? And that fluctuates from time to time. Sometimes I'm open. Sometimes I'm a little bit more reserved. It fluctuates from time to time. Inverse head and shoulder possibly brewing here. Let's keep a close eye on that. All right. So I miss setups sometimes, right? But that's the nature of trading, guys. That is the nature of trading. All these setups coincide with the things we look for. This is my entry. But it's gone. What can we do about it? This one as well. I don't particularly like to trade this breakdown unless it's near my key level or key zone, so I have to let this one go. We analyze it, we let it go. Okay, so what do we do next? We look for the next one. Always having a counter is key. So left shoulder, head, right shoulder, possibly neckline there. See if that can play out. Okay. Let's get the likes up, guys. We're 11 minutes away. 11 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. WMT. See if WMT wants to wake up. Continue to push. They're still at 18%. Okay, looks like another breakdown possibly here if we take a look at the waves. If we take a look at the waves, another breakdown brewing. Another breakdown brewing. Only issue is on my end is not off of a nice key level. We do have a nice key level there. If you use that, not a lot of room. So we've been selling off the entirety of the day. You're asking for another leg to the downside. We do have room all the way into 687.16, 687.92. So we're smashing targets like nothing, guys. We are smashing targets like nothing. Okay. If you're looking for reversal, inverse head and shoulder watch. Inverse head and shoulder watch. The Qs are starting to push back the upside. 212. We do have a 3 candle on the SPY. That 690.87 is going to be critical. So we got our head here. We got our head. Walmart's up 26%. Walmart is up 26%. Let's get the likes up. Smash the like button, folks. We got 40 plus people joining us on YouTube. 40 plus people joining us on YouTube. Okay, let's get the likes up. Let's try to match the amount of people we have in the chat with the likes. If we get to 50 likes, I'll be giving away a course. 6-hour getting started day trading course. I'll be giving away that course. The incentive is get 50 likes before 12:30. 50 likes before 12:30. So Walmart is starting to push here, up 22. How are we doing, strikers? Puts, 43% for JB for the puts. Yep, you got it. You got it, Fido. Gives you a good read. You've been crushing it, Kevin. You've been quite on a streak. Very, very good trading. Okay, and good TPs, and letting it stack up day by day by day by day. Discipline. And I think your background in athletics, right, is going to really, really benefit you in trading, because a professional athlete, high level of discipline is required. The highest level of discipline, right? Process, routine, right? When it comes to athletes, professional athletes, when it comes to routine, it gets to the point where they might even be superstitious with their routine, right? The small details, what time they stretch, how much they stretch, what time they eat, what color socks they wear, which socks they put on first, right? You become so granular when you're at the very, very top. So I think your experience in professional athletics is going to be a weapon, right? It's going to be a weapon. And anyone who has played organized sports, not even at a professional level, in some level, right? That discipline from that sport, you can translate to trading. It requires the same kind of discipline, all right? But it just requires that discipline in a short period of time. All right, so all those emotions you might feel in a game, right, take 90 minutes. If I'm using a soccer analogy, you go through the ebbs and flows in 90 minutes. In trading, all those emotions are compressed into the duration of your trade. Right? So It's like you're feeling all those things in a short period of time. Walmart pulling back here. You know what? I'll close Walmart here at 20%. So I'm out of Walmart. I don't want to sit through a lot of back and forth. If I'll revisit it by the end of the day. I'll revisit Walmart by the end of the day. If you notice, Walmart did not trigger the actual daily trigger. It triggered that early entry. Okay. So now I'm gonna let Walmart do its thing. Okay, I want to visit it by the end of the day. If it gets above that's 117.44, I don't want to sit the position all day, let it chop around and lose premium. Right. So now see if you can get above this territory here. If it can, I'll revisit it and re-engage the swings near the end of the day. All right, but I'll take see the profit. I'll take the profit now at 18 and 22. Okay. Again, let's get the likes up, guys. We have 40 people in the chat on the check-in. 5 minutes. Let's get 3 more likes. Okay, we can easily get 40, 50 likes within the first hour. All right, there's nothing not to like. All right. Inverse head and shoulder here. See if you can get that nice little break above that neckline. I'm going to wait the second shift to get activated. So far, to take 2 trades. Walmart, the idea from this morning for 18, 22%. And SPY put 22%, end up going parabolic. This probably, to give you some context, this probably went upwards of maybe 70, 80% depending on your entry. Maybe even 100. If your entry's here, all the way there, that looks like 100 to me. All right, so that right shoulder there, so you we'll have enough room to start pushing to the upside. QQQ, 630 on the Qs is the main thing, okay? 630 on the Qs. Qs 630. Of course, the Qs are bouncing off that 200 EMA on the hourly. If we take a look at the Qs real quick. If you have any chart requests, put your chart requests in the chat. This is neckline. Okay, neckline there. So we still kind of didn't get that right shoulder yet. If we take out these lows, the hopes of inverse head and shoulder are wiped out. What the bears are getting excited over is this. They want to see that completely break. This is very similar to the stop. This is very similar to the setup I took yesterday, right? If you recall, it sold off, and I got to the point where it was right here. I took a short, and then I did see profit off that right shoulder formation and eventually bounced, and I got stopped out, if you recall. So I'll wait until 10:30 to get activated once again. How is Meta? Okay, so Meta, from an intraday perspective, for swing trade, long term, what are we thinking? AJ Frank, if you let me know, I can give you a more detailed analysis, but we'll take a look at it intraday. Okay. So we didn't do the poll yesterday. So the poll yesterday did close out the day red on my end. Right, we had that all day stream all the way from 9 a.m. all the way until 7 p.m. All right, or 6 p.m., 7 p.m., whenever the earnings call ended. Okay, nice rejection off there. Continue to push lower. Breaks below these lows and validates the HNS. Inverse HNS. Yeah, it was that was a massive drop, Elion. I know you're dealing with the frozen pipes. It looks like it's going to snow once again, guys. It looks like it's going to snow once again. Let's get the likes up. Smash the like button. Our goal is to get to 2,800 subs by the end of the month. We can get there, guys, with your support. We can get there with your support. So this is resistant to prove otherwise. See if that continue to break. Follow through into 687. 16, 680, 692. That is a runway there. So say if I'm looking to go inverse head and shoulder, if I'm looking for that right shoulder, no setup there. If I'm looking for that break, reclaiming this territory weekly, get stopped out. As long as you're getting stopped out, following your risk management protocols, and you're on the wrong side of the trade, you will survive. Okay? You will survive. If you're not following your risk management protocols, you will not survive. You will not survive. It doesn't matter how much of a gain you're getting. If you're not having proper risk management, you are not going to survive. Your primary objective in the beginning is to survive. Okay? If you can survive, you can hang out, you can survive long enough and learn to thrive. All right? What a nice little breakdown there. More than a little breakdown. The thing is, guys, we're moving $1.17 per 5-minute candle. So these are completely different conditions. Yesterday, we were moving. This is what I'm talking about, right? How the market speeds up, slows down. We were moving 70 cents. Most of the day, we're moving 45 to 60 cents. Right? Outside of that, FOMC. Great decision. So we're moving twice as fast. Okay? Officially the end of first shift. First shift, let me know how many trades you took. Let me clean up the chart a little bit here. I'll take this off. Take this off. Take this off. Okay, we're below that weekly open. How'd you guys do in the first hour? If you're green, if you're red, if you're yellow, let us know. If you're done for the day, I don't blame you. It's very easy to FOMO into this a chart that looks like this. All right, so if we're looking for some 5-minute bounces, we can clearly see these double sell blocks here. We have some resistance up there. If you trade inefficiencies, that leads into inefficiency there. Okay, you have to wait. So even if you're looking to go short, you're going to have to allow some of the buyers to step in and go. Push lower. Okay? Same thing. So this will be my next idea. Every idea below this is potentially pushing back the upside. And this thing just continues to sell off, guys. We are wiping out the gains. So now we're in the jaws of another gap. So we're in the jaws of this gap. We fill that gap. Now we're in the jaws of another gap. Now we're in the jaws of the January 22nd gap. And you want to take that? If you did, that nice little breakdown. If you were net short, meaning you're looking for pops for drops, POC rejection there as well. This is what you're looking for. If you're looking for reversals, you probably got trapped there. If you got trapped, okay, if you manage your risk, it's just another stop out. All right, I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. You can survive the traps. Sometimes you can even trade the traps successfully, but it's going to come down to if you're managing your risk and if you're seeing green, if you're taking those profits. Okay. So we're officially in second shift here. What a sell-off. So Walmart, you can see Walmart pulling back. I don't want to sit through that pullback. That would probably went from 22% back to like maybe break even. So I don't want to go through that one more time. I'd rather just let Walmart be. Throw an alert above that official breaker, that inside day break. All right. Not forfeit those profits. And send an alert and then just move along. Thank you very much, Walmart. Thank you to the Waltons for that 18%. How are we doing, strikers? Down 8.5% on my portfolio, much of it from overnight swing. But classic example of myself poor risk management. Thanks for sharing. And those swings sometimes can get us caught up. It did look good. If it was part of your plan, then it's a calculated loss. But the fact that you managed it and did what you can with it, that's what matters. But I'm sure that you will bounce back. 64% for JB. Today's gap close, January 27th gap close. Absolutely. We're going to January 22nd. 100%. QQQ 20-day EMA. Wow. This is a sell-off. So what are the catalysts, guys? What are the catalysts of the sell-off? If you guys are down, or I'm seeing some people down on the YouTube chat, someone said I'm down $500. If it's within your risk, okay, that's just drawdown. You need to manage your risk accordingly. If it's beyond your risk, all right, you're going to have to find a way to, of course, close a position. Again, not financial advice, but if it's defined risk, we're going to take those losses. But we can clearly see if you're just following the trend, right? If you're following the trend to the downside, that was the number one message for the team today, right? I said it myself. I said, hey, you know what? Yesterday I was trying to outsmart the market. I was trying to be a contrarian. So whatever the trend is, that's the way I'm going to go. And today we dump. So if you're in alignment with the trend, not trying to catch the bottom, although we did come into our bounce areas, right? The measures that I put in place is I want to see some clear confirmation in those areas. No buyers there. Why should I be a buyer? I don't want to be the only buyer who steps in here. Right? If I am, sometimes I am. Because I have confidence, high conviction in that territory. Then if it continues to slice right through it, then I get out. But in this case, we have multiple catalysts, lots of catalysts for us to dump. And this is probably the biggest dump we've seen intraday in all of 2026. This is a massive dump, guys. Okay, massive dump. So if you're taking those losses, let it be a scheduled, defined risk loss. Okay, if you're going to be wrong quickly. Keep in mind, we're moving 1.22, $1.22 per 5-minute candle. So if you have those 0 DTEs, you will find out very quickly if you're right or wrong within 2 minutes. Okay, with the speed at which we're moving, guys, you will find out if you're wrong or right within 2 minutes. So you can be right on the chart, wrong on the execution, wrong on the P&L. So it's going to be on you to manage your positions accordingly, maybe size down, whatever you can. Okay. Minus 12%. Great job managing that risk. Done for the day. Absolute, JB. We'll catch you tomorrow as well. Slept an hour. So shout out to you for all the work that you put in, JB. Give you tons of credit for your work ethic, for you stepping up, taking care of your responsibilities. I know you have a lot on your plate, but may God continue to give you the strength. Okay? All right. God's going to give his biggest test to the strongest soldiers. All right. He's going to give his biggest test to the strongest soldiers. Name me one prophet who didn't go through any tests. Name me one person who achieved any level of greatness that didn't face tremendous adversity. All right, so sometimes I don't ask God to remove the problems of my life. I ask him to give me the strength to get to the other side of the problem. All right? If anyone knows the story of David and Goliath, very simple story, but very nuanced and layered. Right? His destiny was to be king. Okay? But he had to slay something that people couldn't comprehend to get to that point. So he didn't ask God to remove Goliath out of the way. He didn't say, hey, you know what? Move this obstacle out of my way and usher me into the kingdom and crown me king. No, 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 no. Through faith, through belief, right? And just pure boldness. That's how you got it done. Right? So whatever problems you guys have in your life, they're not going to go away. Maybe it's just a way for God to shape you, to mold you into the person you need to be. Right? And now everyone has a calling. So if you don't have a problem, if you don't have big challenges, everyone has challenges on different scales, but the ones who have a heavy load in this season, okay, remain steadfast. Don't press the eject button. All you need to do is just get to the other side of the problem. Okay. We're right at that 687.16, 686.92. See if you can get that nice little bounce for a potential dead cat bounce. There seems to be no buyers today, guys. There is no bulls. The bulls have went MIA. The bulls have went MIA. That's awesome. One more month with the therapy. Look it up. Any great person, whether you believe in a different system, whatever your belief is, whatever your background is. All right. Look up any individual. They have to go through some great adversity to get to the other side, which is great, quote unquote, greatness or success. There's no easy path. It looks easy. Do you know why it looks easy? Because we don't see what the person's been through. Right? We just see the finished product. Right? When you order an iPhone or when you unbox an iPhone, you see the finished product. But you don't see the components that go into every piece, every detail, from conception to blueprint, design, putting the pieces together. You don't see any of that. So you might take it, hey, you know what? It's just a phone, and just take it for granted. But if you peel back the layers and dissect the inner workings of the phone, your mind will be blown. Right? 99% of people can't even explain to you how the internet works. Right? Because we don't see the inner workings. Should I buy puts on SPY? I can't give you any financial advice. If you're going to buy those puts, just wait for a bounce into a key level possibly and do your due diligence off of that. That's what I'm looking to do. Smash the like button on YouTube, guys. Smash the like button on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. We have 40 plus people joining us this morning. If you're interested in joining our community, leveling up your trading, all the details are available. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome aboard. Help us get to 28 subs. Again, we're just a small channel in the corner of the trading algorithm space, building and cultivating a community the right way. We're trying to grow it organically, so your subscription and your likes tremendously help our channel achieve our goal and helping all traders. Okay, helping all traders. Obviously, this is where I had the puts. I mean, I don't go and look at the contracts. Those contracts, I got them at 136. Those are the 692s. All right. That just goes to show you the power of options. 136. 136, not 136. Yeah, $1.36 for the 692s. So those 692s are so deep in the money. Those puts, they're not even on the radar. I got to expand the chain. See what the price is. Got to open up 20. Okay, $5.85. So that's a quick 4 or 5x. push, a nice bounce on Walmart. If you're still holding that, you have a lot of time on it. I'm done for the day. I was able to take another trade on SPY for 23% and made back a small loss I took on SPY. Call runner from yesterday. Beautiful, beautiful job, Lynn. Again, guys, you guys are doing a tremendous job cutting those trades. Parting ways. It's not easy in the beginning. It's never easy to cut a trade. I don't like cutting trades as well, but it's the one thing that's going to take us to the next level. The better we can manage those losses, the more we can enjoy those profits. All right, if you're just joining us, SPY has fallen off a cliff. We'll do at 11 o'clock, we'll do our halftime check, see what's going on across the board. So some catalysts that are feeding into the sell-off are what? What are some catalysts? Put in the chat. What are some catalysts? Catalyst 1, all right? Rates. Catalyst 2, Microsoft. Catalyst T3, Meta. Tesla. Okay. Employment data. Okay. What do we have today? What's looming? So we have Apple. So a ton of catalyst feeding into the sell-off. So this is not just this kind of sell-off doesn't take place every day. Okay. After making all-time highs. Got a piece of it, 70% for Elion. Tremendous job. Look at that drop, 70%. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. You guys are absolutely crushing it. Won't pay the plumbers, but it helps. And at least you're able to pay a small portion, right? Small portion of it. And that's the cool thing with options, guys. Don't forget, your account is your money. All right? Outside of tax, if you get these massive, massive trades, you can withdraw. All right? You can withdraw. You can allocate it to your long term. Don't forget, guys, this is treat it like a job. And if your account gets too large, take some off. All right, it's good sometimes to shave a little off your account to protect your downside. Another retrace reject into that yearly open. We're about to take out the yearly open, guys. We're about to take out the yearly open. This is, what a sell-off. I'm just glad that no one got, look at this. Just glad that no one got extremely hurt. So these are the days that are going to test your risk management. Of course, we're sitting here and saying, hey, you know what, how wonderful it is to have those puts. We did take those puts initially. But these are the days, right? If you're not managing a risk, say you manage a risk every day and a couple of trades you got wicked out on and you were convinced to make your stop wider. And today, you went long at the wrong time and you wanted to adopt a new way of thinking, okay, deviating away from your rules, right? You learn a big lesson, okay? Because you don't know, this looks good for sellers. Everything looks good, but if you're a buyer today, if you're not managing your risk, if you're reluctant to close positions, they are dragging you to the floor. They're dragging you to zero. Okay, from 695, 696.34, all the way to 687. Okay, that's close to a $10 drop. But if you're responsible, if you're diligent and your risk management, if you do get stopped out, it's just another stop. Maybe the stop is a little wider because it's moving a little faster. Say your stop is between 15, 20%. Maybe you got stopped out 25%, which is fine. Okay, you can recover. But if you just decided to compromise on your risk parameters today, all right, you had to retake Risk Manager 101, which is okay. Sometimes that happens, guys, because you don't know which day it is. You don't know which day it is that your ability to manage risk pays off. Okay, you don't know which day it is. Government shut down as well. I saw the poly market. Did the government officially shut down? Did we officially shut down? Here we go. Another shutdown. Let me confirm that real quick. Let's pull up CNBC, our friends at CNBC. I'm looking to take another trade. I want a little bit of a deeper bounce. Oh, let's leave it there. Let's take a listen to CNBC. At 11 o'clock, we'll go over some charts.
2.25%. Huge reversals in gold, for instance, today. CFRA Sam Stovall is going to join us in a moment to discuss.
Look at Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin, adios. Bitcoin, the bottom fell out on Bitcoin. 90K rejection. The bottom fell out on gold. There's a broad market sell-off, guys. Broad market sell-off. But this is going to open up a nice opportunity on gold. All right? You asked for the pullback on gold. Here it is. Look at the VIX. VIX headed to 20. Sell-off across the board. There's nowhere to hide. IW, head and shoulder. The Qs, nasty sell-off on the Qs. No buyers at 630. That Palantir trade might have been it. Okay. Gold, okay, I'm interested in gold. I like that sell-off on gold. Gold just fell, guys. Gold just fell. 400 points. 390 points. 7% drop on gold. All right, so if you're waiting for a pullback on gold, there you have it. 7%. 8% at the bottom. 9%, close to 9%. So this is a broad market sell-off fueled by catalyst. This is just not a technical sell-off. Everything, there's no hiding. Volatility increasing. Bitcoin below 85K. The unfortunate thing is with this sell-off, guys, so much of the Bitcoin world, so much of the Bitcoin traders, okay, they use 10x, 15x, 100x leveraged accounts, and they lost everything. It's a crisis. Most of the Bitcoin traders, they're leveraged 10x, 100x leveraged traders. They're wiped out. So during this liquidation event, all right, unfortunately, the dark side of trading takes place. All right, this is the dark side. Is if you're not properly, if you're just chasing those highs, okay, this is what happens. Okay. Even the nice retrace reject, we're basically at that yearly open, guys. Yearly open. And what does CNBC? Just watch what CNBC decides to talk about. Granted, we have not been paying attention since the very beginning. But watch. We know as technicians, this is as big as of a sell-off you get intraday. It's a $10 sell-off. Intraday, from the intraday lens, this is a crash. Just intraday lens. We know the triggers is 7%, but intraday lens, this is like a flash crash, 11%. Not trying to be hyperbolic, but we don't usually see $11 move intraday. If we move over to the daily ATR, okay, daily ATR is $6. Okay. It's not even 2 hours into the day. We've already went, we're almost 2x the daily ATR, 184%. So this is an outlier move. And what is the tell here, guys? The VIX. The VIX is headed back towards 20. Can someone tell me what the IV is? Take a look at the IV. We're moving $1.20 per 5-minute candle.
It's not that analysts are giving up on the companies. It's, I think, that because stocks are priced to perfection, that they want to receive perfection from the companies that are reporting, like with Microsoft missing in terms of cloud, with other companies. They don't really beat the whisper numbers, then people take some profits.
Right. In the battle, Sam, between large and small cap, the Russell had been outperforming for a few weeks, and then this week, until yesterday, was pacing for its worst underperformance since November. Who do you think's winning that battle overall?
Well, the small caps are most attractive, in my opinion, based on a 20-year relative PE ratio. They're trading at a 30% discount to the S&P 500, but in a sense, it's almost like pulling petals from a daisy. Small caps will outperform.
Okay. Retrace region of 680, 686.92, 687.16. From this point on, I'm going size down. A lotto size here. All right. So what I'll try to take advantage of is a large downside move. We are below that yearly open. We just evaporated the green from the year. All right. This selling is starting to have an impact. Let's go to the daily time frame real quick. Okay. Context is key. Context is key. We can't forget where we are. Of course, we're intraday traders. We love the intraday activity. But just to show you the degree of the sell-off, this is that candle. Okay? This is that candle. So this wiped out. Okay, this wiped out how many days of action? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5 days of action. 5.5 days of action wiped out. The thing is with the market, that we're trading in, anything can happen. We can get a bounce. All right, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the odds are there. Low probability chance, but the odds are there. Right? If the Bulls need to, if they want to step in, they have to at least get to 689.13 territory. That 20 MA is right there. We're at the top of that channel. Overextended. Overextended. From a technical standpoint, we're overextended. Okay, so now gold, my GLD ETF people. You got it. There you go. From 509 all the way to 477. Okay, close to a $30 drop. $17 drop. I'm going from the highs. Intraday is down $17, but from the highs, it's $40, $41. Everything is feeling it. So Palantir was the way to go. Tesla down 3%. Okay. Okay. So the yearly buyers are coming in. The yearly buyers are saying, hey, you know what? Let's see if we can take this thing back up. We got an engulfing candle, first engulfing candle on the 5 here. We're in this territory. See if you can get a 15-minute candle at least off of these highs. We already got a 5-minute reversal. So if you're a seller, if you want to go short, you need to allow the bulls to build a nice little rally here. Let them rally it a little bit. So the yearly buyers are stepping in. They said we had enough. See if we can push it back up. In that case, we need the VIX to dip back below 1912. Same kind of scenario here. Remember this scenario here that failed shoulder? Right shoulder, same thing. We got the left, we got the head. Do we succeed this time? Are there enough buyers coming in off that yearly open that want to re-engage to fuel this thing back above 687.16? 687.16. First shift lows are right here. Okay, first shift lows are right there. So if you're Retrace reject, the shallowest point to get involved is here. If you're looking for something healthier, you want to see more of a bounce, possibly into first shift lows, possibly into daily downside target. If you want to get involved in shallow, this is the area, this box. We're already starting to push the downside. I was saying that a possibility of market sell-off. Looks like the earnings were underwhelming in tech yesterday, and the trade deficit numbers are atrocious. Yeah, things are starting to heat up, and we're seeing. Bitcoin 85,000 guys. Bitcoin, gold. I'm welcoming this sell-off in gold. That's what looks attracting as we're selling off. Let's go check across the market, across the board, what's going on intraday. So SPY, falling off a cliff. Apparently, we got a nice little, look at this. 5 minute, 5 minute dead cat bounce. 10 minutes of buying. So you get 10 minutes of buying, which leads to a 5 minute dead cat bounce. If you're a reversal trader, you're concerned with seeing some buying activity in this territory. If you're looking for that reclaim above 687.29, we're slicing and dicing through all these bounce levels, guys. There's no buyers. Okay, let's go. Let's start off from the very top. It's 11 o'clock. Let's do our halftime report. Silver down 6%. There's intraday. So, there's intraday activity. Silver, this is silver futures down 6%. Bitcoin down 85, below 85,000. VIX up 18%. U.S. oil up 3%. Gold down 4%. There's futures. Dollar flat. 10-year flat. 2-year flat. GLD down 3%. Did fill that gap up. IBIT down 5%. ETH down 6%. QQQ down 2%. IW down 1%. IW is actually looking interesting in this territory. All right, IW bounce, bounce, bounce. Keep a close eye on IW in this area. If we start to reverse course, keep a close eye on this area. If we slice right through it, this market continues to sell off. That's fine. SPY, falling off a cliff. MAGS. Okay. So what I want you to do, guys, is take a look at MAGS, Magnificent 7, and I want you to do your homework on ETF, MAGS. You can see MAGs are up 2%. And FNGD, do your homework. It's up 9%. FNDG up 9%. MAGs down 2%. That's the homework for this week. All right. What is FNGD? Why does that give us a good read? Clue, very similar to the VIX. In a different way, though. AMD, RIP. Hood, below 100. Micron, it's coming into that sweet spot. So if you were looking for that Micron bounce, that shallow bounce on Micron, that very, very shallow bounce, if you're responsible, stopped out, irresponsible, wiped out. So I'm keeping a close eye on Micron in this area. I want to welcome it in this territory. Between that 406 and 417, I know it's a wide range, but I'll get more technical the more it comes into it. Tesla did report earnings, double beat. Looks like Tesla's stopping the fleet of some of their models to focus on robots. No surprise. Why? Elon has $1 trillion compensation package waiting for him. $1 trillion compensation package. He says, away with these cars, away with these models. Let's start building robots. All right. If you guys saw the Neuralink recently, the Neuralink video of the person using Neuralink to play a video game. The times are here, guys. Nvidia, good night. Palantir, wow. It was between Palantir and Walmart. I went with Walmart. If you took Palantir, there we go. We discussed that this morning. Google, my goodness. Google falls into this territory here. Test that support, see if buyers can pick it up. Interesting if the selling can kind of just stop here, if it can pause. Avago back to that support territory. Amazon sliced right through it. JPM selling off, but not to the same extent the other names are. Lilly, Meta. So where are people hiding? Netflix, 82. Apple reporting earnings. Apple is actually relatively holding its own despite the broad market sell-off. Where's Walmart? Walmart is the only one stable. Interesting. So what we're seeing is, okay, what we're seeing is, all right, let's lay this out. We had the rotation across the indexes. We saw a rotation from the small caps into mega cap tech. Now we're seeing a rotation from mega cap tech, XLK, possibly, okay, as the broad market sell-off takes place, we're possibly going to see a rotation, right, to take some cover into safety, XLP. So we might go from, if it's broad market, right, we might look for, in the 11 seconds, we might start rotating to XLP via Walmart being flat. If we open up XLP, let's peel back the layers here. Okay, XLP, let's take a look at XLP. XLP is holding its own. Okay, XLP is holding its own. Coke, up 1%. Pepsi, up 1%, 1.4%. Costco, flat. Dollar General, down 2%. PG, up. Target, flat. MO, flat. MDLZ, up 1%. KR, 0.75%. General Mills, up. Tyson, up. Okay, up. So we're seeing, okay, just like what I just said, we're seeing a double rotation within a week. So the market cycles are happening faster and faster and faster and faster. We saw a double rotation pump fake that happened so fast, that took place midweek. And when we say the reward rotation, okay, this is not millions of dollars being moved around. This is trillions of dollars being moved around. All right, so the money is moving. The money is moving. The money is moving and grooving. So Walmart, if you're still in that, tremendous job. I did TP already at 22 and 18. If we can get back above those highs, I'll re-engage. I want to just to let it set a little bit. But what does give me confidence is if we continue to sell off, that rotation takes place, I can engage this setup along with the rotation theme into XLP. Another catalyst. Okay, so keep a close eye on Walmart. I do have my alert set. All right, SPY. Can't seem to catch a break. Nice retrace reject. What's next? Weekly 50% retrace. So now we are down. We are down, guys. $13 from those highs. $13 from those highs. Let's get the likes up on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get the likes up. Our goal today is to get to 2780 subs. We need 10 subs to go. Let's get it done, guys. Make sure to like and make sure to subscribe. If you're just joining us, we did take a couple of trades. We took Walmart, the upside double-digit gain. This was the puts that I did take. And, of course, we fall off a cliff. I locked in profit. We fall off a cliff, and we never look back. Those puts, I mean, you probably don't even want to. If you had puts earlier, you probably don't even want to look at the where they are now. But the way I look at it is just to illustrate the power of options, rather than having FOMO, just to illustrate the power of options. Okay, so those puts, we had them at 136. Those 692s. Those 692s are way in the money. They're $7. So that's $100 to $700 flip. Okay. Let's take a listen to CN.
When private equity valuations are in decline, or I mean, where else do you turn?
Well, that's right. I mean, I do think a lot of investors globally are having that kind of a conversation, and gold coming off a low base in portfolios can kind of be the net gain there. On the other hand, treasuries have done their job. Okay, the 60-40 portfolio had a great year last year. So it's much more about kind of perception that because we have the fiscal taps wide open globally, we're just going to keep getting more and more government paper. So there's honestly no reason to rush to buy it today, and you're going to be forced to take it. And so the clearing yield might be higher than you would prefer. But I don't think it means that bonds can't diversify, because I have to say, if we get a recession, if we get a major growth scare, treasuries will be bid ultimately.
U.S. Treasuries.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
that'll be the debate.
Yeah.
Who's
Not,
treasuries?
We're in trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good sign, though, that you said not everything in washout. Financials are up, utilities are up, communication services up. Comcast, some of the media names doing really well today. Staples,
the market's going to try.
and energy.
It's going to try to rotate around. I just do think, though, you also have just lack of momentum in this move. We keep, kind of trying for that 7,000 level. You got there intraday. We've been in this, unable to get escape velocity for over 3 months now versus those late October highs.
All right, we're less than 2% off the highs for the S&P. 3% off the Nasdaq. Yeah, just to put it.
We've just been kind of stuck for 3 months.
We had a record high this week.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Yesterday, I think.
Yes. Meantime, Meta is bucking the trend, as Sarah said. Stock's having its best day since July after this big earnings beat and pretty good guidance. Our Julia Borston has more. Morning, Julia.
Okay, we did have a chart request for Meta. Let's take a look at Meta real quick. Meta. So Meta stable. Meta. We did see a nice little pop on Meta. Market pulling back. Still enjoying reaping the benefits of that gap up. Meta initially dumped to 637 and got all the way to 744. So a nice little topping pattern on Meta. Prior day highs in PMH. I like Meta in this territory here. It needs to pull back a little more. So the fact that Meta's not selling off as we're selling off is an indictment of its investors' optimism. Okay. That's where Meta is. As far as Meta on a bigger picture, let's go to the 12-month real quick. Meta. Not at all-time highs yet. 796 is all-time highs. Meta came back and retested 600, by the way. Okay, this week. The past 2 weeks, Meta came back and retested at 600. Okay, we're starting to see the buyers trying to string something together. 1 hour is not a ticker. Buyers are trying to string something together. So you come back and tested that. When was it? Came back right to that 600 right there. Okay, back to here. That 15-minute engulfing candle. Let's see if we can get that. All right, as the selling completes. On the 5-minute, we're stringing together. Nice 5-minute stretch here. Okay, let's see. All right, so now if you are in off that reclaim, you have a good seat. We went probably bullish divergence there. Do we have enough fuel to get above these highs? Okay, this low area resistance here. If the VIX can get below 1911, I'll be interested. Or is this another retrace reject? On the 5, have we come back into the waves yet? Okay, we're at the 5-minute waves here. 5-minute wave test here. VIX headed south. We had the VIX to continue push lower. Walmart continues to go. I put in the chat, do we reclaim this territory? Do buyers reclaim this? Or do we reject once again? It's currently under pressure being tested. So the way I like to position myself is somewhere off of these lows of that reclaim of that yearly open. So it looks like the yearly open, the yearly traders, the yearly cohort is coming in. The yearly participants say, you know what? We'll deploy some capital. Is it enough for us to get above those highs? Again, clearly still a downtrend. 689.87 is where VWAP is. We still have a ways to go. So VWAP and POC are right over there in that territory, in this neighborhood. If we take that and translate it to the chart. So to give you context, VWAP and POC are up here. Okay. So if you're trying to see, hey, do we gravitate back towards VWAP? We shall see. Nice reversal here. Let's see if I can get some calls loaded up. Uh, 691s are cheap. We have the 689, 690s as well. So in this case, the calls are going from, we had a nice little run here. So we swept these lows. Okay. We took out those highs. See if we can counter that. If we do a 50-50 on this, this has room until here. Right here to 687.79. All right, buyers. Is this a way that we seek VWAP? We're seeing the Qs continue to push. Okay, we're starting to see the VIX fall off a cliff. See if we can get a pullback into this territory. Retest of this break level. I'll be there for it in pursuit of first shift lows. Of course, entry below here would be great. If you did catch that, beautiful job. If you got that 5-minute reversal, got a hammer on the 5, break above 685.60, 685.88, you're already $2 in the money. Already $2 in the money. If you're waiting for that retrace reject on SPY, right, we're starting to see some bullish activity. See if you can get a shooter in the jaws that 5-minute. IW starting to wake up. IW starting to wake up. Got a tight window to see if we can take advantage of those calls. All right. See if we can come back in. If I can, I'll be there for it. Destination here to here. Collapse below it, get stopped out. And then, of course, if we can get above that, back to here, and eventually back to VWAP. So see if you can dip back into here, pull back slightly. Like how the VIX is falling off a cliff. And we're bouncing off that key zone. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Market has sold off for, did I erase it? For over 12, for a total of 12 points. 12 point sell off in the first, basically almost in the first 2 hours. Close to 2% sell off on SPY. Have we hit the bottom? Are we going to gravitate towards some areas where we can see a rejection? This would be healthy. If you're waiting for healthy, this would be healthy. We'll have that weekly upside breaker as well. Okay, we have weekly upside breaker as well. Okay. See if we get a dip into that territory. So what will invalidate it is a rejection, slice right through it. Dip a little more. We're already directional on the 15. Direction on the 5. 15, we already went bullish engulf on the 15. So see if you can dip into here, take advantage of that 15. Going a little further data using smaller size here. Take a little dip. If it goes without me, then so be it. Ideally, I like to be in before the push. So let's see if we just get one little bit of pressure on the 5. I'll exercise patience. If you're green, you have the leverage. Okay, you have the leverage. There's no pressure. Yeah, we were right on the year temporarily. We got back to being green. But what a sell-off, guys. What a sell-off. Just imagine people who are chasing. The last retrace reject was there. That yearly open, nice reclaim. This was the perfect entry. Yearly open reclaim. If you know, you know. All right, this is it. All right, this is it. So we're starting to reverse here. I'm trying to jump on this reversal train. All right, but I'm a little bit stingy. I need the prices of those contracts to lose a little bit of value. This is a healthy area. We do have a sell block here. So if this if this thing goes back to VWAP, that's impressive. This was just a couple of cents shy. I woke up 45 minutes after the open, closed at 685 for mean reversion play. Worked out. Beautiful, beautiful. Small green day. Beautiful, 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 guys. Even if you're red today, as if it's within your risk, you did a tremendous job managing risk. Tomorrow is Friday. Okay, now we're at first shift slows. This is critical. How do we engage this level here? How do we engage this level? That's going to be critical. So now we were down. Okay, we were down, guys, 12 points. Okay, let's put 12 points here. Okay, 12.15 points. Okay, and then now we are starting to push, and we're only down 8 points now. Okay. So what I'm looking for here is that first shift low rejection to lead us into this territory. The fact that the VIX is falling off a cliff, that's really supporting the push higher. The VIX got all the way to 20, 1974, close to 20, and now it's at 1840. VWAP, we're getting close to VWAP. If you're looking for a 5-minute breakdown, back the downside, wait for some sort of shooter on the 5, along with a key level. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. Just took 2 trades today. One on SPY, one on Walmart. See if that leads us. Okay, see if that leads us into the pocket here. Into this pocket. If you're going short, you're wanting this thing, you're targeting here, and then a break below there. So let's see if that selling pressure, okay, can just be enough to get us back into this territory and then get that continued push higher. If that 5-minute candle goes engulfing, then that's a lot of selling pressure. 3 down on the IWM, 3 down on the Dow. We're about to go 3 down on SPY as well. What a rejection. Okay, that 3 down candle does not look encouraging. See if we can start making an impact on that candle. Okay, pulling a little bit. And the face of that sell block. Pulling a little bit. Just put a little damage on that candle. Okay. I'll take the calls there. High risk. In the face of that sell block, but I got to take it. Okay, up 7. Up 4. TP where you need to. See if that continue to push higher. Well, I know we're rejecting, so I need this area to hold. Once this area fails to hold, then that continued selling pressure can continue. So I'm not discounting the fact that we have a lot of selling pressure here, but seeing if that's a nice little bounce we can take advantage of. I like how the VIX is going south. We just need to start catching a bid here. We need to start course correcting on this 5-minute candle. If we can get it back above 688.03, we can possibly turn it into a buy block. Okay, so we're countering that push. Go, go, go. There we go. Up 11. I'm going to take a majority off right there. The contracts are wild, guys. Okay. Okay, down to runners. See if I continue to push. My NC is no close back below 687.16. If you're a seller, if you're looking to go short, break below that 687.32 is what you're looking for. Therefore, that'll be my line in the sand. Calls here. Go, go, go. Now we need to break past this territory there. Up 11, 14. Okay, I'm going to close right there at 14 before that resistance. If we get north of that resistance, that would be encouraging. So done with that scalp. Right, very tight window. I gotta respect that. I gotta respect that. That sell block. Got to respect that sell block. Gotta respect it. Can't neglect it. This is my window to operate. All right, that's my window. And the fact that we went sell block is interesting. If we can fall back below 687.28, that's what sellers are looking for. Before we take out those highs, that can be the leg back to the downside. What we need in that case is we need the Qs to stay below 50% retrace on that hourly. We need the VIX to work its way back into that 1906, 19, get above those levels. So you can see just 1 or 2 minutes, you can already take advantage of those candles. Crazy if we recover like nothing happened, yeah. So they come down to here. It's going to come down to here. It's going to come down to, can we get back the ground here? Key battleground. So I took it from here to here, 11 and 14%. Let me take this off, a little distracting. So this turned into a reclaim. So textbook reclaim, come back. 687.28. If the VIX starts to spike, try to seek that 20. We could see a nice breakdown here on the 5. If you play that 5-minute chart back at the jaws that inefficiency. So we're at a standstill here. We're at a standstill. When we're at a standstill, guys, what that means is POC 687.79. What that means is it's going to start eating that premium at a high rate. Why? We're moving $1.23 per 5-minute candle. So these tiny moves, guys, these little moves, they look tiny. But look, don't be deceived. This is 40 cents. That's why if you have those options contracts, it just jumps. It just jumps. $6.84s. See the puts. $6.84s are at $6.69. They were at $1.80 when they were all the way here. if you're looking for those cheap contracts, your risk can be breaking those highs. So here we got a relief bounce, right, team? Nice relief bounce, right? Still not reversing on the 15 yet. We reversed the upside. We're starting to potentially fail that reversal, but it's very hard to see. You can see here, no response, no response, response. Drop down to the 5. That reversal is here. That triggers 685, 81, 80 territory. So we are climbing here. We are climbing back the upside. We got a low, we got a high. We took out these highs. So the question is, where is that next low? That next low, as long as it's higher than this low, we got our natural higher low. So we're just stuck between this territory here. Stuck. So we haven't had a moment of, this is a word, stuckness all day. It's been fairly straightforward. We had a momentary pause here. But everything else has been fairly flush. So what they did is they broke this, reclaimed it, retested it, bounced, and see now if they can open the floodgates into this new dimension up here, into this runway. So my objective was to take advantage of this to this. All right, so if I want to take advantage of this, I can treat it the same way I treated this. You see? Get that break, come back into it and take it. And just take it leg by leg. So get that break, go into this territory, come back into it for that leg higher. But at least back into that. And now we're slowly approaching that weekly open. We're slowly approaching that VWAP. So we went inside here, inside candle on the 5. That's our first inside candle on the 5 since here. Since early on. Here, went inside and broke down. See, we can take out this candle's lows. If we can break those candles lows, we have to go engulfing in this next 3 minutes. Candles highs. Again, that's $1.25, guys. So it's a wide range. It's a wide range. It is a wide range. Yep, IV is dropping. Let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. We got 40 people in the check-in. Let us know where you're joining us from. If you're just joining us, we did take a handful of trades. The market fell off a cliff, sold off aggressively for about 11 points. SPY. There was tons of opportunities to catch puts. Today was a day where if you stayed in the position, if you were short, maybe you could have turned $1 to $3 to $4. If it was just another day for you, you're just taking profits where you need to. Just another day at the office, right? You take advantage of that, 22%. Take advantage of this, 14%, right? But nonetheless, some clean opportunities to the downside during the first hour and some change of the day. We are seeing some buyers stepping back in off that 685.71. So let's see if this cohort of buyers, which align with the yearly time frame, are able to drive price at least back above that 680.54 and eventually back into that 689.93 and step by step. They do have a lot of ground to cover, but the one thing is, since those lows, guys, since those lows, right, we are now up. Not enough to shift the day, but we're now up since those lows. We're now up close to 3.6 points. All right, so we're making some strides. The last idea came in here for those calls to take it for 11 and 14%. Somewhat of a unicorn here. If you're still in the chat, JB, you can kind of see the sweep of those lows. Nice retest of that breaker. Somewhat of a unicorn. It's midday. Now it's midday. It's 11:30. New shift. Those shift highs are up here. Okay, new shift. Those shift highs are up here. We'll do the poll here while the majority of you are still here, guys. Let's see how you guys did. We'll leave this poll up for the entire day. Whenever you're done trading, just fill out the poll, guys. I took 3 trades. All 3 trades worked in my favor. Granted, this one we went a little further out, smaller size, just for that protection. Walmart worked in our favor, but this was the one that worked in my favor as well. This nice little drop for 22. In hindsight, could I have held it longer? Absolutely. But this, I don't need to catch. Is it nice to catch this whole thing? It is, guys. I'm not going to sit here and say it's not nice to catch it. Do I need this whole thing? Do I need this whole thing to survive? No. The base hits will get the job done. Do we want to catch this? Of course. Were we in position to catch it? Absolutely. Were there multiple entries provided after the breakdown? Yes, several pointed out. Right, so let's see if we can. We're having a hard time getting above that first shift's lows. Smash the like button on YouTube. Subscribe if you haven't already. If you're interested in joining our community, go to smartactiontrading.com. Smartactiontrading.com. All the links are pinned. All the links are in the description. Link to join our community is pinned in the chat. All right, once you go to our site, it's a great resource. Outside of being our site, it has a chart there. You can do your technicals there. Also, look, guys, it has the breaking news feed along with economic calendar. All right, so you can use this as your go-to site for the economic calendar as well. You can use this instead of Forex Factory. You have this news as well. But if you want to join our community, right, there's multiple ways to do it. Technical plan only. You get access to all my technicals, ideas. All these things pay for themselves. Walmart was an idea that if you were in this bundle, you would have caught for a nice gain there. This includes everything in the Discord, the 6-hour Getting Started Day Trading Options course, the day trade, swing trade ideas, high win rate trade ideas, pre-market prep stream, live trading with screen share. We go from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock on most days. Sometimes we go to 12, sometimes we go all day. And of course, the yearly bundle. If you're interested in getting educated and position yourself to take advantage of opportunities, self-paced course is the best way to go. Okay, this investment, if you dedicate the time, will be really beneficial in helping you identify and navigate these opportunities. All right, so everything is available, readily available to you to take advantage of. Join our community, especially if you took advantage of any of those ideas, right? Scholarship for you there. Okay, so take advantage, price increase, mid-February, maybe March, coming in. So right now, it's like buying SPY at 500. Right? Dip buyers and early adopters, take advantage. Use the code WHOP to save an additional 25%. Think of it as a trial. Okay? That's how you join our community. All the links are there, available for you to use, available for you to join. We're primarily focused on trading SPY, one ticker, 1 hour for one consistent result. All right, when it comes to SPY trading, we do it live every single day. We have 250 plus episodes on YouTube, live, consistently showing up. My goal is to be going live every single day this year for 252 episodes, another 252 episodes, God willing. All right, so we're really leading with demonstration, with education to put you in position to learn. Okay, to put you in position to learn. If you're a first-time viewer, continue to enjoy the program. Continue to subscribe, show up every day, get as much value as you need. And then if you're ready to level up and enhance your experience, accelerate your learning, take the next steps and join the community. Okay? Let's go check back on Walmart. Walmart not doing much. All right, did come back for a retest once again, but I want to see Walmart above that breaker. So Apple has earnings as well, guys. Apple has earnings. So we've been kind of just hanging out in this territory. We're starting to see the ATR starting to slip to the downside. It was 122. Now it's 118. 4-cent drop. And if we call it here, it was a great day. All right. I mean, what more do we want? 3 trades, 2 on SPY, 1 on Walmart. Right? So don't let this trick you into thinking you didn't do a good job, even if you're a small green. All right? Tomorrow's Friday, ramp down Friday. That's the protocol. Okay? Protect your week. And that basically puts a button on the month of January, guys. Right? If I'm not mistaken, the month of January is in the books. If you navigated through January, you're small red. If you break even, all right, you pass the test. January was designed to you come into the market with as much optimism, to come into the market with your resolution, to come into the market saying X, Y, Z. I'm going to change this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And literally punch you in the face. That's what January was designed for. The reason why I say that is because look how much catalysts there were. You were put through the test right out the gate. Right? Look at the red folder catalyst. So if you survive this, if you stayed as true as you can to your rules, are there days where you deviate? Of course there is. We're human beings. But overall, if you tried to stay close to those rules, you're break even, small red, green. You did a tremendous job navigating this month. Don't be discouraged. This was designed to wipe you out. All right? You come into the year with all those resolutions, right? And then they throw all this at you. Just think of the action we saw in January. Wild action. So going into February, guys, we're on the 29th now, okay? So we have the 29th and then 30th and then Monday's February. We don't slow down. Right? We don't slow down. February, we kick things off. Red folder. We have more earnings. Okay? So there is no slowdown period. All right? Maybe the end of February, beginning of March, start to slow down a little bit. Where we have breaks in between the days. All right? But if you put up a good fight and you're still alive, do not be discouraged. Okay, do not be discouraged. Break even, small red is not a bad place to be. Okay, January, trust me, when you start stacking those months, you're going to really start to leverage the things you learned this month into the coming months. Especially if this is your first cycle. Meaning this is your first January. Okay? So a tremendous job to everyone who navigated through January. Don't fumble the ball at the goal line the next few days. Okay, you're right there. So if it means shutting it down, if you're green, shut it down. If it means no trading tomorrow, sizing down, please do that, guys. It wasn't an easy month. But despite that, there were still opportunities. Okay, there's always opportunities. There's never going to be a lack of opportunities. I make the argument that there's too many opportunities. It's opportunity overload. The drop was fueled by multiple things, okay? The earnings, the rate cut, no rate cuts, mid all-time highs. We also, after all-time highs, the very next day, a couple days later, we start to pull back. And now we're starting to make some progress here. We're quickly approaching VWAP. So you got to give the bulls some credit. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's a lot, but still, got to start somewhere. All right, they still haven't truly created separation away from the zone. So they're currently using this support, okay, as a nice little path to potentially that 689.93. If this starts to break down, then they just have to basically start rebuilding off of this key zone if they can hold it there. All right, but the bulls are they're pushing. GLD. Okay, GLD comes right into what? That daily downside breaker. Our gold. Gold off of those lows. Granted, this is the futures. It's up 150 points. Okay, got as high as 150 points. Now it's up 119 points off the key level. SPY below that 200 EMA. IW starting to bounce as well. IW is actually in a very interesting place. We said it earlier. Here. Right, IW comes, reclaims the balance, and continues to push forward. Bigger picture. So, okay, so when the market dumps, put it like this way. When the market dumps, you want to look for the winners. Okay, you want to look for the winners from the past week, from the past day, from the past month. When the market dumps, you want to look for the winners. If those winners are moving lower, okay, they're going to give you the dip buy opportunity. All right, so you want to be waiting for those opportunities. And if the market starts to base out, okay, and start bouncing, those winners, okay, that's a healthy pullback on them. They're the ones that are retesting and are going to really take off. Okay, so if you're playing that dynamic, letting the market dump for a nice little pop back the upside, focus on the winners. Okay, when the market dumps again, another scenario is market dumps. You got to look for losers, names that are weak, names that are sitting right at support, names that already made a leg to the downside. Okay, so as it dumps, right, it gives those names, okay, of course they have to be high beta names related to SPY. It gives those names the fuel they need to break below their levels. So either way you can take advantage. Okay, so either way you can take advantage. So you can be in the camp where, you know what, IWM, small caps, and gold have been leading the way. If the market is dumping, if it's a broad market dump, I'm going to pay attention to the winners and see if those winners can come into some key levels. As the selling kind of dies down across the market, they kind of come into area of support. I'm willing to engage in that risk. Other side of it is look for names that are already weak, on the verge of a breakdown, and then the fact that the market dumps only enhances, only helps, only propels those names to continue to break down. So the mere fact that the market dumps opens up two opportunities. So automatically you have to know where to look. You have to automatically know where to look. Okay? Very quickly. And that comes from, of course, IQ. Trade IQ, your ability to assess the market, how long have you been studying. A lot of this stuff was self-taught, like I said before. Right? So how many hours are you putting in studying the market itself, the mechanics, the correlation between indexes, the traditional correlations, the inverse correlation, the rotation, the mechanics. Okay, you can make a living, okay, doing opportunity arbitrage through the mechanics, playing rotation as well. That's a style of trading as well. But you need to have that deep knowledge, knowing where to look when something's moving. That's why every morning, guys, we look at the bird's eye view. We can't look at 1,000 things, but these are the most important things that we should always look at. Okay? Always look at those things, refer to those things. The tough week, I think I was over trading, hesitating. A lot of the thing is, guys, they're speeding up and slowing down the price action. Speeding up and slowing down the price action. Right? So when you go back and see what's going on, when you go back and do that introspection, right? Just adding maybe the ATR on the chart, getting a good measure of how quickly we're moving, and being more selective in the trades you take, right, might tremendously help. Right? It's one thing to think it, it's another thing to do it. And that's why we have the community, the supportive community, to help one another. Right? Don't be discouraged. If you got pushed around, shoved around this month, okay, we got 12 of these left. We have over 45 weeks left. Okay, I'm literally intentionally, if you notice in the pre-market game plan, by the way, I send this out every single morning, I'm literally having a countdown here for you to visually see that this isn't a marathon, it's an ultra marathon. Okay, we're 19 out of 252. Okay, there's 252 days. We already stacked 19. Okay, that's less than 10%. So we still have 90% left. So do not let 1 or 2, 3 days out of this 19 days start impacting the 90% of the opportunities left. We're still early. Okay, so continue to pace yourself, continue to make the proper adjustments. If you're playing the long game, you're going to hit some roadblocks. You're going to hit a wall. All right, but just have those things in place. And if you are at a point where you're hitting a wall, hunker down. Just try to survive it. Things will eventually start correcting themselves. Right? If you feel like you're hitting a wall and you're trading, don't all of a sudden let that be a reason for you to size up. Because now that can really set you back. Right? So being tapped in and having that self-awareness within yourself is critical. Hey, you know what? I'm hitting a wall. Just can't seem to get my execution right. Let me just size down for a week just to get that confidence back. Okay, there's no shame in doing that. Don't play the game. Don't play the vanity game. All right? If you notice, racehorses, they have blinders on for a reason. In our industry, everyone is looking left, right, left, right, left, right, and they forget what they're going. Okay, the racing horses have blinders for a reason. The only thing they can see is where they need to go. So if it means sizing down, if it means reducing the frequency of your trading to help you stay on the straight and narrow, by all means. It's your system, it's your account, you're the manager, you make the call. I don't care if you're managing 100K, 250K, 1K, 5K, $500. You are the manager, you are the steward. So steward it properly, make the proper adjustments. And the better you can do that with a little, okay, when it turns into a lot, you'll do a tremendous job with a lot as well. Okay, so going into February, same thing. We're going to go through the same thing over and over again. We're trying to keep it as repeatable as possible. Of course, there's not a lot of repetition in the markets. It kind of moves. Every moment in the market is unique. But we're trying to make our system as consistent as possible in an inconsistent ecosystem. From the standpoint of the market kind of just does what it wants. So the consistency has to be on our end, not on the market's end. We can't ask the market to do the same thing every day. It's inconsistent. Every moment in the market is unique. That's a Mark Douglas quote, right? So the only thing we can do is be consistent on our side. Let me be as consistent as I can be in the setups that I take, and my risk management, trade management, taking profits. Think of the market as a wild animal. It's not domesticated. It's like you're trying to make you're trying to make and domesticate a wild animal your pet and tell it what to do. We just got to keep our distance, watch it in its natural environment, pick our spots to get involved, but not try to tame it, domesticate it, and tell it what to do. It's not going to happen. Many have tried, all have failed. Not some have failed, all have failed. Many have tried. All have failed. So it's easier to observe it in its natural environment, let it be a wild animal, not try to tame it, and get what you can get out of it. Know that it's volatile. Know that it has a tendency to do whatever it wants. And when you're dealing with a wild animal, right, sometimes they can attack you. Keep your distance. Okay, same thing. Same thing. All right, but we're closing in on first month of the year. We have 11 more of these. So when that monthly candle opens up in February, guys, we're finally creating separation away from that quarterly candle. Okay. Just chopping around here. This is the frustrating part. Why do you think I just took this and got out as soon as it got there? I don't want to deal with this. I'm not having these expectations here. They were moving as smooth as you can be. It was moving so smooth. Flushing. Bouncing. And then now, nothing. You see that, how quickly it changes? That's why it's very important not to try to replicate what you missed. And just take what's in front of you. So we're having a hard time getting above this first shift slows. We're still inside here on the hourly. We're starting to see IW bounce. Okay. We're starting to see IW bounce. 60% of our chance is green. Our chat is green. Good, good, good. So this is where SPY is so far. Okay. It's a massive drop. Let's drop down to the 5 real quick so we can illustrate it a little better. Okay. So we open up. As soon as you open up, first things first, this was an area So in the pre-market game plan, we were discussing two things. We were discussing the scenario. One thing was we were in a tight window. So one thing I was looking to do, all right, was trampoline brick wall scenario. Treat support as support, resistance as resistance, and proven otherwise. And once it gets proven otherwise, I'm not looking to go against the trend. So in this case, coming into the day, this was a bounce zone. Okay, this was a bounce zone. This is a bounce zone. Let's do a quick replay up to this point. We're coming into the day. Game plan is set. So this game plan is sent out to the team. Our primary discussion is if it's going to chop around, calls off support, sweep these lows. If it gets proven otherwise, if it starts to trend to the downside, then we'll respect it for what it is. We'll take it at face value. We're not going to play the game of trying to catch the bottom. If it gets into these highs, that's a nice rejection opportunity there. And of course, if it gets above those highs, then we have this nice little window into all-time highs. That's how much data. That's the only data that we had this morning. So we open up. That's a little too fast. Let me slow it down here. Let me slow it down here so you can see. So as soon as we open up, okay, so now we know. We open up. Okay, market is open. Okay, boom. We slice right through that level. So does this look like any buyers are here? There's no buyers. So internal to this 5-minute candle, we had a nice little retrace reject on the 1. So on this little bounce is when we went short. And then we got that nice initial bounce. And then we take another leg lower. Okay, so now, same thing. Does this look like there's any buyers here? Okay, does it look like there's any buyers stepping up here? They initially stepped up, which you can scalp, right? You take those profits because there's no continuation or follow through, and then we slice right through it. No reversal pattern on the 15, on the 5. On the 1, you can probably catch that those lows, continuation off the 1, into those highs, and then it drops. So puts. It continues. So context is key, okay? It slices right through this zone, goes to our third zone. SPY is back about trying to get back to VWAP. Nice little retrace reject. Okay, so now it's back in the third zone. When it gets back in the third zone, goes back and forth, starts to slow down, and boom. So you can see two different markers. Reject the zone, respect the zone. Buyer stepping in. Yearly open there. As they're stepping in, they start piling in slowly. Reclaim that territory. And that's where we are now at VWAP. So if you can at least get the 5-minute combo, okay, off of it with confirmation, that's the best way to approach it. So now we're in that second window, and VWAP is right there. What it's going to come down to is this big zone here is what's going to come down to. All right, if we can overcome VWAP, we have a small window to get to that territory. If we get above 690.49, bulls are back in town. Okay? Bulls are back in town. So if you held those calls through that back and forth, all right, those are probably looking really nice now. I got an interesting poll question for you guys. Okay, interesting poll question for you guys, all right? And this will identify what kind of trader you are. Just came to mind. So which trade would you prefer? Okay, depending on the way you answer this question, it's going to say a lot about your trading style and your trading personality, which is different trader to trader. So it's in your best interest to know which style best suits your personality. So, which trade would you prefer? A 15% trade in 5 minutes with no drawdown or minimal drawdown, or a 60% trade in 1 hour with 30% drawdown? Okay? So that's the poll question. So, which trade would you prefer? A 15-minute trade, a 15% trade in 5 minutes with minimal drawdown, so nothing double digits. Takes 5 minutes to play out. Or a 60% trade in 1 hour with 30% drawdown. So you see some back and forth, goes up and down, but eventually it gives you 60%. You guys probably can already assume which camp I belong to. All right, so answer that poll question. Let me answer that. Let me ask that question to our chat as well. So 15% trade, 5 minutes, no DD. 60% trade, and 60 minutes with 30% DD. Okay. So continue to, I'm interested to see what the responses are. Thesis, you'll bounce back, make the proper adjustments. You're a great trader. I tried to catch a falling knife. And first shift, Milton. And first shift, Milton. So answer that poll question. Let's get a feel for, and the way you answer this question, okay, it's going to determine what personality type you have. All right, so if you're a person who likes to see those gains quickly, not be in the trade for a long time, then you can't be too worried about your position after the fact. You can't beat yourself up for, oh, you know, I took profits at 15%, 20%, 10%, but now my contracts are up 40%, 60%, 100%, 200%. Because you weren't playing that game. You were not playing that game. That was not on your radar. If that makes sense. Right? So the more you know yourself as a trader, the better you'll become. So for me, I'm in the first camp. I'm in the give me 15% in 5 minutes minimal drawdown every day of the week. Right? That's just what suits my personality. I want to know if I'm right or wrong fairly quickly. So I can't beat myself up. I can try to use the runners. I haven't been using a lot of runners this week. I shouldn't be beating myself up because I left some profits on the table. That's not my sweet spot. Right? But if you're a trader who wants the bigger gain, sit in the position a little longer, and you're willing to sit through a little bit of drawdown, and you cut your trade early, and it goes as you intended it to go, the frustration is warranted. You just have to go back and review and see what took place. What was the internals like? What happened between the ears? So you can't be both at the same time. All right, you need to draw the line. You can't be both at the same time. You can't be, I want 15% in a short period of time, and I want 60% over. Two things cannot exist simultaneously. You can make a modification to the first one by using those runners, but you need to draw that fine line in the sand. Which game am I playing? Okay, you have to draw that fine line in the sand. Okay. On that note, I'm going to step away real quick. I got a phone call. Let me just take care of that phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
We're still down on the year, which is obviously very young. However, over the last week, they were all up. They were all running into the print. Now, Josh says that Microsoft's going to be, his words, in the cooler for 90 days. Microsoft is last quarter's Meta. Because if you look at the drop in Meta last quarter, it looks exactly like that. Because there were the same questions. 100%. You're spending like crazy, and we're not convinced.
Meta got higher on spending.
We're not convinced that you're going to see the ROI fast enough to justify what you're spending. This time around, however, is different. Yes, they showed a big pickup in spend, bigger than expected. They showed a bigger than expected pickup in revenue growth too. And that is the story. That is why that chart looks like that after looking at the far left like it did last quarter. They seem to be answering some of the most serious questions about what is happening there. Rob, you own this name too. It really is. Like Microsoft was Meta last quarter. Meta seems to have answered the call, so to speak.
Different to where they are in the hierarchy of monetizing AI, though. If I look at Google and Meta, which are our largest overweights of the Mag 7, versus any of the other Mag 7, they are really at the front lines of using advertising and marketing to see an enormous, if you looked at the Meta numbers, there was an enormous pickup in adoption, right? So if you're able to monetize quickly, which is really where it resides, you will have the ability to have an earnings report that looks like you're healthy.
Well, Meta's revenue is 97% advertising.
Correct.
So very different from Microsoft.
Totally.
Right.
But when you think about the progression of who's been monetizing it the fastest, Meta has seen rapid acceleration there. Google has, Alphabet has seen massive acceleration there. Some of the others are not seeing it. It gets back to your original question, is can the spend be justified? And it is there.
So Bernstein comments on Meta, says
9 upgrades.
All the core does is win, win, win no matter what. They raise their target to $900. They were at $870, so they were already really bullish. But they go to $900, they reiterate their outperform rating. Jimmy, what did you want to say earlier? When you look at this, the difference of what these companies are doing, it's so striking that Meta was, last quarter's egg all over the suit stock, and here it's Microsoft this time.
So we're obviously seeing, and we've talked about for quite some time, that this is not the monolith, the Mag 7, that it was. And I think, Josh, that's what you were saying. I just wanted to extend it one step further, which is to say, the market overall is not getting killed by this. Yes, the NASDAQ is down big. But many of us, I think all of us have wondered over the last year or two how this concentration at the top of the S&P 500 would resolve itself. And there's been a worry that Microsoft down 12% would create a cratering effect for the rest of the market and bring it down. The RSP, the equal weight S&P 500, is flat. Small caps are down only 0.3%. And it's showing, to use your word, a healthiness in the market, that we can have this correction in the concentration without an absolute bloodbath. I think this is healthy.
I think the points have been made, and the stocks have have proven this out more recently than over the longer period, that there are idiosyncratic things that are going to be punished.
Well, look, Meta is a user of AI to improve its algorithm so that it keeps you addicted to Instagram longer. Microsoft is selling other companies the ability to utilize AI in their cloud environment. So right off the bat, these are not comparable, other than the fact that we've all decided, oh, they're hyperscalers, or oh, they're in the Mag 7 or the Grade 8 or whatever we're calling it these days. But like, every one of these names has its own cons, pros, different drivers. Like, is there really a lot of similarity between Meta and Microsoft in real life, other than size and scale? Not much. And I think that this bears that idea out. The thing that's interesting about Meta, though, 2026 is still an important year for them to actually deliver on the model front, because they've spent too much money not to, and so they.
Okay, back. Wow, what a nice push to the upside. Those calls ripping and roaring. We're seeing the bull stepping in. This is no surprise. This is the footprint, the markers of a bull market. We dump for 11 plus points, and now we're up, okay, from 684.82 all the way to 691. So we're making some strides, about $6-7 back the upside. If you took the calls off of these lows, you sure laughing to the bank. If you're in the camp of holding positions for 60 minutes or more, getting those larger gains, willing to sit through drawdown, if you took it there, you're sitting wonderfully. So now we're at this pivotal point, this major level here on SPY. We did reject here previously, rejected here as well. Let's see what we reject here. Back the downside. To be honest, I'm going to wrap it up here. No more trades. It's been a long week. This is probably as good as it's going to get on my end. 3 trades. And then we'll just look to wrap up the stream soon. Okay? Finally got the bottom. Beautiful job. If you're getting stopped out, I know it's frustrating, but if it's part of the plan, if it's accounted for, tremendous job, guys. So 75% of you guys in the poll for the strikers are in the 15% trade, 5-minute, no DD camp. DD meaning drawdown. So that means in this case, if you took this trade, right, you probably took it profits already, and then maybe you're babysitting runners. So there is a way to be in the 15% camp, but have one foot in the 60-minute camp as well. That's through runner, right? But not runners how they're traditionally managed. Okay, some traders like to go. They like to break it up into fourths. Okay, I'll show you what I do. They like to break it up into fourths. I'll tell you what the issue is. The problem with that is when you get a 10% pop, 15% pop when you're in the camp that takes 50% off. If you only take profits, okay, say there's a position. All right, let's just say for this sake you have 4 contracts, okay, to make it a simple example. Say you have 4 contracts. That's all you can have. If you have 4 contracts, you get that initial pop and your personality type is 15% trade, 5 minutes minimal DD. If you take profits just with a fourth, any drawdown, these profits don't mean anything. If you take half, still you're not fully in that 15% camp. You need to take off a majority, 3/4, and then leave this one runner to see if you can go. So if this runner does go back, whatever, but you don't want this runner to go too negative. If it does, do some damage. Worst case scenario, if it gets a nasty candle, right, you wipe out the profits from here. So at least half of your position is already green. That's how you want to go about it. That's my management style. All right, so I'm taking it off. I'm taking the majority. So I'm getting that double digits. This is already secured. This is already secured. And sometimes I even segment this into 2, where I secure a little bit of this and leave a little bit of that as well. But let's just say face value, this is secured. And then with this, double digit is secured. With this is kind of just X factor. Right? So if we can get appreciation on this, great. If we don't, worst case scenario, it's flat. Worst case scenario should not take out this third. Should not take out all this. For it to take out all this, this has to be more than 100% loss. And it still shouldn't take out all this. 25% cannot take out 75%, even if 25%, the entire thing was lost. All right, so if you're in that camp, that's the way to go about it, that 15% camp. If you're in the 60-minute camp, if you're full position, full throttle, I understand. But most people on the 60-minute camp, they do 50-50. Okay, they take some off. Okay. Most profitable traders, guys, they take something off the table. All right, they just don't hold into infinity and beyond. And then maybe they play with the other half. Or maybe they take a quarter off to cover their cost basis and play with the other thirds. Okay. Now, SPY is making some noise, guys. Making some noise. So where was the call entry? All the way there. So if you took it from there, 687.32, you're up 4 points. Ended green. Let's go, Milton. Beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful job. Was it off of this? If you caught off these lows, Milton, tremendous job. If you caught it here, even this break here was nice, but tremendous job on recovering. So 75% of you who did choose on the poll are in that 15% camp. So what that means is, since you're in that first camp, this move, you can't get too upset about it because that's not on your radar. Can you feel FOMO? Yes, we're all human beings. But the way you can catch that is through those runners. If that makes sense. Now we're back at that weekly downside breaker. So if we take a look at the 5 here, this is what it comes down to. Here we go. This is a beautiful reversal. Back the upside. We get above that sell block. If we get back above this, okay, this might be a comeback. This might be the Falcons. Falcons and New England Patriots. If you guys remember that. So we're on the verge of potentially seeing that. Okay. The Bulls are making a rally. And for us to make that comeback, to tie the game on the daily, we need to get above there. To tie the game on the weekly, it's already a tie. The game's already a tie on the weekly. Okay? Game is already a tie on the weekly. The game is already a tie on the weekly. Ended green. When opportunity meets preparation, sometimes some call it luck. And at the same time, being lucky is a skill too, right? You have to be in the position to be lucky, right? So I just stuck to the plan. Beautiful job, Milton. Wow. So, President will make a Fed chair announcement next week sometime. Okay. Things are getting interesting. All the way back at that weekly downside breaker, weekly upside breaker. The VIX falling off a cliff. Everything bouncing off those lows. Look at IW. Look at the Qs. Look at SPY. Look at gold. Right? They hit the reverse button. We're in a bull market. On the daily, from the daily lens, One thing to pay attention to in the daily lens is that 9 EMA. An announcement. Apple earnings, okay. ATR, okay, slowly sliding. IV coming back in. How are we doing so far, guys? Make sure to answer the poll question. Let's get a good feel for the chat. It's 57%. Good. If you're anyone babysitting calls, you're doing tremendous. You can see our team members are doing tremendous. This is the last. Is up for grabs here. There's the last area the bulls need to get past. So on this push to the upside, we haven't really taken a breather. We haven't really gotten a pullback. This is near a V-shaped recovery. Okay, that's basically a V-shaped recovery. Are we at 50% retrace of the whole thing? Let's take a look. 50-50. Ah, interesting. We're smack dab at that 50-50. So this is pivotal. This is pivotal. No surprise that box lines up with that territory. We're at that 50-50 point. So if we start to collapse back below 690.49 or back below 697.72, we can start to see a slide for that potential formation that low. If we climb past that 50-50, get past that 691.47, 691.50, then the 50-50 is off the table, and this is on its way to a potential V-shape push back the upside. Right, 11%, 11 point drop. 11 point drop here. $12 drop, followed by 6 point pop. Okay. Bear score 12 points. All right. Bulls score 6 points. So this is what's up for grabs. Give you some context. We're above the VWAP. Waves are waving. We're above POC. Keys are pumping. Dow pulling back slightly. Okay, let's see if we can go over the 5. Okay, I'm going to jump over to the 5 minute so it can be a little cleaner for you guys. So you can clearly see on the 5 minute, we continue to push. All right, the key level is that weekly open. So now we're looking to get past that 691, 691.12. See that on the 1 minute, on the 5. So some areas where we can bounce, 691.49, 689.93. If we continue to draw this trend line out, there we are. We're holding above that weekly upside breaker. We're back to being above that weekly upside breaker. We wick back below it. And now the BOG, TOGs, all those levels are back in play. And this is an impressive recovery, guys. This is an impressive recovery. How quickly things can change. And we're about to be in third shift. So third shift, we have third shift, second shift highs, all the way up here. New shift. So I didn't take any trades. No trades in, actually I did take that trade here. That was actually in a second shift, third shift, no trades. Look at this climb, guys. Look at this climb. What a climb. 15-minute looks bullish. That's 685, 685, 70, 687, 29. Played out to be a nice support. Turned out to be nice support. So in the chat is 50-50 between the 50% trade in 5 minutes, 60% trade in 1 hour with 30% drawdown. 50-50. Just riding that wave. Riding that wave. We'll run our stream until 1 o'clock, 1:30-ish. What a recovery. 15-minute looks as bullish as can be. No signs of selling. 5-minute, we're seeing a little bit of pressure. Somewhat of a tweezer top there. We can get a trap above these highs to draw us a little lower into this territory. That would be ideal, so you can use that trap to draw us into this territory. But if we start to violate here, that can lead to that breakdown and show some cracks on that support. And you see the slowdown. We're moving $1.15, $1.20 per 5-minute candle. Now we're starting to slow down slightly, but our ATR is still wide. Slow down slightly, but our ATR is still wide. Are we hitting the wall here on the 5? Tweezer tops. We got some wicks up here, some selling pressure. So bulls are going to have to overcome that. We could take a breather. We could take a breather, come back into 690.43. But if they're going to be there, they need to overcome it. Okay, they can't afford to stall here. And we can grab those highs. That'd be better. Because if I'm looking to go long, I want it to come back, gravitate back to some key levels. So I have to allow that grab to take place. Waves are still waving. This is very shallow. So we need that low. We need that next natural low. Where is that next higher low coming in? So this is relatively a V-shaped push, guys. All right. Although we did stall here for a little bit, right? Try to shake out as many people as possible and start to clean up. But what a recovery. Qs are on their way back the upside, continues to push. Qs do look interesting for maybe some swings here. All right. Let's see some swing setups for tomorrow. Okay, Qs. All eyes on 630, of course. Qs did dip into these lows here. Qs did dip into some of these lows down here. Let me grab this here. Some of these lows here. They found support after that major sell-off. So is this enough fuel? Is this enough fuel to lead us back to 630? Once you get back to 630, the buyers need to step up, protect that 630, and then north of that 630, that gives us that window to push into those highs. Okay, WMT is brewing still. Okay, Robinhood is back above. Robinhood got below 100, guys. Robinhood is back above that level. Robinhood on the daily. Robinhood on the daily. If that thing goes hammer off of that support, 200 EMA. Okay. Can be an opportunity. Aha, there we go. There's Robinhood. That happens to be the chart that was there as well. So Robinhood by end of day, EOD. Support, hammer, break of those highs. If you wait until tomorrow, it might even gap up if the market continues to show strength. That official breaker is 103.84 as of now. Take a look at Hood real quick. Next week's contracts, February 6th. A little spready. Even if you take a look at tomorrow's contracts, the 105s are 52 cents. All right, so we'll visit Robinhood by the end of the day. Just wanted to hold that hammer. All right. If you're looking to swing it, Feb 20th. Try to find the contracts that have decent amount of volume. But Feb 20th would be ideal, giving yourself about a couple of weeks. So Robinhood on watch, EOD watch on Robinhood. SPY. So now can this just grab those highs, get back, retreat into that territory? That'd be one way to approach it. And if it just continues to accelerate, I mean, let the bulls get fed. Okay, they were starving. The bears got fed a lot, guys. So if you're a bear, you already had your feeding frenzy. Life expectancy rises to 79, according to CNBC. Not sure what article that's based on, but life expectancy 79. See, you got that trap. So this is a great time to do price study, guys. Great time to do forward testing. You're seeing it play out. That's how the algos work. Trapping those highs. They're finding a nice little landing spot to bounce off of. So if you're playing the trap, this is your go-to area to get involved. You're targeting first 691.12 depending on your entry, and eventually down here, your risk can be those highs. 691.81. If you did take those puts, potential laugh into the bank. Right, your runway's here. Take it piece by piece. Take it piece by piece, level by level, pivot by pivot, step by step. So in this case, if no buyer step in here, which I'm anticipating them to step in to reload off that pullback, we can see a drop into here. And if they don't step in there, that's when it can really start to drop. So shallow pullback there. Q's pulling back. A volume imbalance on the 5. Look at that volume imbalance on the Dow. What a horrible chart on the 5. Let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. I'm not sure where we are on our like count. Let's see. If we're at 50 by 1 o'clock, we'll do a giveaway. That's very doable. We had 300 plus people joining us, and it looks like the president is speaking as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, president is speaking, guys.
All the signs you've ever seen. So we don't need the grid. I read an article in the Wall Street Journal saying, "Oh, we're falling behind China." We're not actually. We're leading everybody
President is
because of
speaking.
letting them build. The government would never be able to do that. Now, China's a different kind. They build. They do things that you got to hand it to them. President Xi, they build vast amounts of energy. They don't have certain constraints that we have in this country, but we're more than topping them. We're leading China by a lot on AI, and it's primarily because I'm allowing them to build with their plant their own electricity. If they had to rely on the grid, they wouldn't have any power. You wouldn't have any power for anything. And they're building the electricity. And one of the reasons I'm able to do
POC
that
test.
is we have a very capable man in the room named Lee Zeldin.
What a
Maybe
trap.
in the room, someplace. Is it his normal place? He's there. He's always there. Most reliable, solid guy, and he's done an amazing job. Could you just explain that? And also, because of the fact he's so good, California has a problem. The hardest permit to get when they lost 25,000 or so houses, which shouldn't have been lost, they should have allowed the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, which was very plentiful.
You'll bounce back ERA. Just got to get those motions in check. And again, guys, if you're done, I know it's very hard to stop, but if you're done, be done for the day. So you can see, textbook, we mapped it out for your price study. We grab those highs, come back to this territory, buyer step in, start to see if we can push the upside. All right, once you're up, guys, once you're green, it's very important just to sometimes just wrap it up. Most times just wrap it up. That's as good as it gets. That's as good as it gets. But once we start to get into the rhythm of trading, that dopamine hit, the adrenaline rush. All right, sometimes we want to chase that feeling. But the better we can do at managing ourselves, containing ourselves, and telling ourselves that we're professionals, the better we can become at stopping when we need to stop.
Their permits, city, federal. You have the federal. You need the city and state. And I hear you have great powers over them if we want, and we're going to give you that power. We've already given you that power. So Lee Zeldin is going to work with the thousands of people that are dying to build their house. And I also recommend one other thing. Give them the house plus a 10% bonus. In other words, you get a bonus You can build your house 10% larger. They've suffered so greatly. They've waited so long, and they should be given a bonus. So I think, and I've heard this has been done
VIX is starting to bounce here. We have more selling pressure on the 5 coming in.
before, and I'd like to have you take it.
At 50-50.
Mr. President, your great Secretary of State was looking for another job. So.
I was thinking about him, but he's pretty well booked. I watched you yesterday. He did a great job yesterday, but he's a little booked up. Let's go, Lee. Talk. No more ideas like that, Lee.
When President Trump came into office, he immediately signed an executive order giving EPA 30 days to complete our Phase 1 hazardous material removal so that the Army Corps can come in and complete their Phase 2 debris removal. So at first, the response was that that was going to be impossible. Good luck trying to get it done maybe by the summer. But we figured it out because operating at Trump speed, the president was just sworn in. We had to get it done, and we got it done in less than 30 days. The Army Corps then came in and completed the debris removal. So the federal government, while the governor has tried to accuse this president of not focusing with a laser on putting all of the weight of the federal government into getting this done, it happened from the moment he was sworn into office. SBA came in. I think it was about half of the disaster loan money, billions of dollars from last year went towards these residents and businesses. So the full weight of this government. But right after I was sworn in, which was actually a year ago today, my first trip was to East Palestine because the vice president never forgets his home state.
We're getting a lot of selling pressure here, guys. That nice little bounce off those lows after that trap was a nice little dead cat bounce. Qs are selling off. Dow selling off. IW selling off. So that was a nice trap. So in this case, the sellers took this territory here to get a nice relief bounce, no follow through. So if we break below 689.93, that opens up the floodgates for us to start to slide. That opens up the floodgates for us to slide. Take this off.
You go into the office where these permits are just laying around, flip over tables if you have to, fire people if you have to, and get all of these approvals done so that people can rebuild their lives. It's been a year, and this president has had enough.
So whatever you can do, that's going to be very important. And it's so sad. Those people, we were there a few days after the fire. You were there with me. We were walking down the streets. The people are devastated. The love that they had for that property was everybody was going to rebuild, and they thought they could do it immediately. They should have. We gave it to them so quickly, but they can't get their permits. They still can't build, and they're losing spirit too. I think a lot of people are losing spirit.
Well, right at that VWAP. See if we can catch a bid out that VWAP at least.
Other people about that, right, happen to be sitting around the table. They want to build a low-income housing project right in the middle of everything in Palisades. And I'm not going to allow it to happen, okay? I mean, maybe it's politically correct, maybe it's not. I'm not going to let these people destroy the value of their houses. I built a lot of low-income housing. I made a lot of money building low-income housing. I know more about it than anybody. We're not going to allow this guy to build a low-income housing project on top of everything else in the middle of that mess that was created by the fact that they didn't allow water to come down from the Pacific Northwest.
For buyers, VWAP needs to hold. We're below POC, VWAP needs to hold. For sellers, break back below VWAP can really start to make this thing slide.
Come to you for financing. It's never going to be approved. You would never, but Scott thought it was a horrible thing. So there's going to be no financing for low-income housing. Let the people build their houses, and as fast as you can, help them, help the mayor and help the governor get their permitting done, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Kelly, I think you were just alluded to, are you helping some of the people out there with loans?
Yes, Mr. President, thanks to your leadership, you also helped put the fires out. Your executive order got water to the scene in your earliest days of your presidency. So you've been there from day one. We've been out there twice now. There had been no changes until your executive order this week that is allowing that permitting to happen quickly. We have 16,000 structures burned. We have put...
New 5-minute candle coming here in 5 seconds. New 5-minute candle, 10-minute candle. So this 5-minute candle breaks below those lows. It continues to sell off. It breaks above those highs. Then we can see a potential push back the upside.
But that's not all you've
And
done.
they'll take the credit for it. Watch, it'll start, and they'll take the credit. Look at the great job we did. They would never, it wouldn't get built in 20 years, and it will be destroyed by building low-income housing next to luxury housing. History says that doesn't work too well. Go ahead.
We're going to make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. President.
Please.
But under your leadership, you've ended at least 8 wars, okay? But probably the most important and underreported war that this president ended was Joe Biden and the Democrats' war on Main Street and hardworking families. We've seen it as I've gone across the country this month, 10 different states, and we saw it when we were...
VIX is spiking here. So we'll look to wrap up the stream here in a few minutes. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. We did take a handful of trades early on. We took 2 trades on SPY, 1 trade on Walmart. All 3 worked in our favor. Go back, rewind, review the episode. There's a lot of gems for you to pick up as far as entry, how to find those entries, manage the position. I try my best to talk the position while managing the position and try to give the rationale prior to entry. So go back and review.
Actions, permanent low-income tax rates, health savings accounts, Trump accounts. This president is delivering for Main Street. It's the most underreported story in this country. And I see it in Main Street businesses. All-time small business confidence hit a record under this president last year after the Trump tax cuts. All-time small business formation now at 36 million small businesses and a record $100 billion out from SBA because a record number of people want it.
We're selling off on the 15. We're selling off on the 5. We're selling off on the 1, of course. VIX pumping. Now we're looking to close back below VWAP, 689.66. Waves are waving back the downside. And here comes the sellers. Here comes the sellers. So not enough buyers there. Just dead cat balances there. And here comes the sellers. That 50-50 was beautiful. Here comes the sellers. We're below VWAP. So this trap took a long time, but this trap is well played out nicely. Every bounce off the key level just got faded. Now as this continues to slide, guys, all right, this opens the door. So we don't have any major key levels here. All right, we don't have any major key levels outside of here. We have a shift. We have a shift high and low, of course, but this can start to slide all the way back to 687.19. And just like that, things have quickly changed. Let's continue listening.
Because this is what our administration is doing, is powering your incredible economic agenda forward on Main Street.
Thank you very much. Great job. I do want to say that on my left, I have a man who's doing a fantastic job, and on my right also. But we're spending a tremendous amount of time and effort on building our military. We largely rebuilt the military during my first term, fortunately, and we're greatly enhancing it now. We're going to be doing something new. We're bringing back the battleship, and I thought, like you remember the battleships from the great Iowa, and Alabama, Missouri, those unbelievable scenes that you see, Victory at Sea. You'd see these incredible ships, and I thought they were powerful, but the battleships that we're building are going to be 100 times more powerful than those beautiful works of art. I mean, they were magnificent, all steel. We have the steel now, and we're going to be doing that as an enhancement. But our military is very strong. You may want to say something about the large fleet of ships that's heading over to the Middle East.
Well, Mr. President, you had to, like so many other cabinet members have referenced, rebuild the perception of America. And at the Department of War, that meant reestablishing deterrence. What happened
Was I on mute the whole time? I was on mute the whole time. Yeah, so basically I took this 689s to the downside, took this to the downside for a quick scalp, double digits. Yeah, sorry about that. Can you guys hear me now? It was a quick scalp. That's the last one for the road. All right, last one for the road, quick scalp, double digits, 11%, 10% on both. Can you guys hear me? Was I on mute on Google Meet as well? So I'm not sure where I was on mute. If you're still holding, all right, that's just manage accordingly as long as those variables remain. Define your risk. Don't chase. Beautiful day today, guys. Beautiful day. 4 trades. All 4 trades worked in our favor. All right, so hopefully you guys found value today. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. Tomorrow is Free Trade Friday. Make sure to join us on YouTube. Make sure to join our community as well. New month next week. New week next week, of course. And all those things allow you to reset yourself and take advantage of the new opportunities ahead of you. The best way to do that is join our community, our thriving community of traders. My job is to give you all the tools, resources, and insights, ideas, whatever it is, to get you over the top. All right, my job is to cultivate that environment, that iron sharpens iron environment for you to get continuously improve, get better, and so we can bring that profitability within you. All right, everyone is capable of being profitable. Think of someone that's kind of like out of shape, right? Everyone has abs under their belly, right? So if you can get an environment where you get in shape, trading shape, right, you can really start to see your abs. All right, it's with profitability is within you already, guys. So my job is to get you the tools, the resources, the educational resources. If there's something I'm going to make a video about, I can make a video about that. My primary way of educating is through live, right? Because you get to see if I'm right or wrong. Okay, you get to see in real time how I react, how I compose myself, how I have to contain myself. You get to see it. So I'm not conveniently choosing what action or hindsight action to demonstrate the strategies. It's in real time. All right, so it looks like buyers are stepping in off that 689. On that note, guys, we're going to wrap it up here. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm not sure how many likes we got. Let me do a quick check on the likes. If we have 50, we'll do the giveaway. Our goal is 50. We've been a little bit light on the likes. A lot of you are tuning in. So we need you to make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe, go back and watch the episode if you just jumped in. Okay, if you just jumped in, we'll go back and watch. And my strikers, guys, if this is your first month navigating the markets with me, okay, make sure to leave a review. If you join through WAP or Whoop, whatever it is, leave a review there. Okay, leave a testimonial. If you have constructive feedback you're going to provide, send me a DM. I'm always looking to improve, but don't bring a problem to my attention if you can't have a solution with it. All right, so if there's something I'm going to additionally provide in the community, bring it to my attention. I always say this is our community. All right, obviously I'm the leader of the community, but I see myself as a member as well. Right, I see myself just like a member. I'm no higher than anyone else. All right. So we have a collection of respectful, determined, dedicated traders in our community. Let me take a look at the likes. 32 likes, okay. If we can get 50 likes, I'll extend it to 130. If we can get 50 likes by 10:30, we'll do the giveaway. Well, not 10:30, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. If not, we'll try again tomorrow. Looks like we have a lot of first-time viewers. You have a lot of homework to do. Go back and get caught up on all the episodes. Okay, these are some rapid fire episodes coming to you fast. The educational is in real time, like I said earlier. Every day something different, but I promise you, as soon as the VIX started to fade, we caught a bit off that 683, 689. Sorry. One thing I can promise you is we have some sort of counter. We can't control what the market does, but we have some sort of counter. It's very rare out of the 250 plus episodes that we've done together, where I think it's one day or 2 days where we didn't take a trade. Right? We're not going to win every day. We're going to lose. We're going to keep our risk management tight. We're going to define our risk. We're going to win more than we lose. And just continue to do it every day. Okay? I need to hit the gym. So profitability is not in some $10,000 mentorship. It's not in some. Those are just things to enhance you. You can be as enhanced as you want. You can have all the bells and whistles. Going back to the gym analogy. You can have the coolest gym setup, the latest and greatest equipment. Right? You can have the best technology. Okay, to measure your recovery rate. You can have one of those cool treadmills where you measure your oxygen intake. You have that mask on the treadmill. You're running. All those cool things. That's all this education and mentorship stuff is. But if you're not willing to do your part of the labor, to put the work in, to show up every day, to get the reps in, to be disciplined, right? Then you can't be mad if you're not seeing those results. If you are doing the things that are required and you don't see the results, don't be discouraged. All right? You're not going to lose 30 pounds in 3 days. That's unhealthy. You want it to be sustainable. All right? You're beginning your journey just like anything else. The fruits are a lagging indicator. The results are lagging. The results will never come first. That's a universal law. I didn't make it up. It's not up to me. The results will never come first. If the results come first, right, more than likely it's an endeavor that doesn't last or it's an unethical practice. You are breaking one of the universal laws. So if you want to see the results, you need to put the effort, the energy, the sacrifice, the hours in. You're not going to see it right away, but eventually we'll start stacking gradually. You'll look up 6 months from now, you're in shape. 6 months from now, you're green. Now it's a matter of rinsing and repeating and maintaining. Now it's a matter of maintaining so you don't gain all that weight back. Okay? Being green is a lifestyle, guys. It's not a 90-day challenge. It's not a diet. Being a disciplined trader is a lifestyle. It's not like a keto diet. All right? It's not OMAD where you just do it for a certain amount of days and you go back to your regular way of doing things. No. It's a declaration and it's a lifestyle. Because if you do it for a certain amount of time, you'll get the results over time. And if you deviate, those results will disappear. Just like anything else. So once you get to that point, some of you are in maintenance mode. It's one thing to lose it, it's another thing to maintain it. It's one thing to have the ability to be green, it's another thing to maintain it. So most people are in the middle. Right? They're just right there. They're on the cusp. All right, and it's just a few tweaks away. Few tweaks away. I don't care what your strategy is. You're just a few tweaks away. Trust me. And that's the whole purpose of our community. Okay, so it's not a fad diet. I'm not going to tell you, hey, you know what, join the Discord with $10 and then turn your $10 into $5,000. Okay, that's like someone saying, hey, you know what, you're going to lose 10 pounds in 10 days. Not going to last. Come as you are. Learn these systems, these frameworks. Learn on the fly. Immerse yourself in the resources. Collaborate with your teammates. And eventually you start finding your way. So I'm fostering that environment for you to learn. And then sometimes when you kind of deviate, which we all do, we're human beings, you have a team around you to reel you back in. Okay, so we're going to get that full breakdown here, but it doesn't matter. I already took profits out of there. Okay, so that's the kind of community we're cultivating here. Being green is a lifestyle. Is worth to be had on the merch. Yeah, so I need more of those tees, those merch tees. More of those will be coming out. Get your mug. Again, go to smartactiontraining.com if you want to join. If you're looking to bring the best out of yourself, all the resources are here. All right, that's my job every day. Provide the tools, the resource, the environment. And when it comes to the technicals, I'm not going to jump on, scream from a mountaintop and say we have the best technicians and we're the best of the best. All right, but you can see it. You can put the pieces together. The proof is in the pudding. Right, but I want you to focus more on the resource the community has. Okay, on that note, guys, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you for tuning in. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time today, if it's your first time tuning in, welcome aboard. Best thing you can do is continue to watch. Pick everything up. If you're a fast learner, you'll love this kind of content. If you're a learner, if you're a person who likes to get microwavable information, you're probably not going to like this content. And it's okay. All right? It's okay. Who likes to cook a steak in a microwave? Okay? On that note, guys, absolute pleasure as always. It's an honor going to battle with you guys. The kind of action we saw today either makes or breaks you. If you survived this, if you found your way, if you took losses that are defined, if you made a comeback, whatever it is, it's all educational. You learn something from it. These kind of swings, this is wild. All right, this is wild. We don't get this kind of action every day. To recap, we saw this thing take place right off the bat. Right off the bat, retrace, reject, starts to break down, okay? So I'm still trying to get a read, but the setup is there. Still trying to get a read. We got that nice little accumulation. We got the breakdown again. Okay, I got my reads. Slice right through it, retrace, reject off this level, 22%. We'll continue to slice right through it. I don't chase. And at this time, I think I took Walmart before or after this. I can't recall off the top of my head, but at the same time, I was babysitting a Walmart position that came in from this morning, and we were able to extract profits there. So we kind of dipped into Walmart. And then we came back, multiple areas highlighted. We continue to sell off. We get a nice balanced reclaim of this, take advantage of that scalp for 14, and then eventually take advantage of this to the downside. Unfortunately, got mute, but quick scalp back to the downside. What I want to see in this territory is I want to see some momentum and some follow through. All right. The reason is it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. I want to see if I can get an accumulation breakdown. If it was closer to my key level, I can make a better decision. But since I'm already in for that quick scalp, I want to see that momentum. I want to see us get below 689 and continue to accelerate to the downside. Okay. Eventually, buyers protect that 689, get back above it, and then now we're basically back where we were. If we zoom out, when in doubt, zoom out. All right, we got our natural higher low. That's what it was. That's what the algos are doing. Okay, so now with this now natural higher low, we can start to mark out the channel. We can start to mark things out. But at this point, a majority of you should be done. If you're still in the trenches, okay, assess where you are. Don't overtrade. Tomorrow's ramp down Friday. We'll see you guys tomorrow. For the folks on YouTube, free trade Friday tomorrow. So the quicker we get to 50 likes tomorrow, the quicker I can share the link to the delay-free, ad-free stream to give you a small insight of the things we do every single day. Game plan, we go over that as well. A ton of things there. Okay? We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.
Tired of wasting our charts, over analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the Spy Strikers Trading Discord created. Here, you can trade just one ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the Spy Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade-automated technicals that simplify and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. It's a community focused on process over profits, giving you all the resources, guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a Spy Striker today, and take your trading to the next level. Tired of wasting hours staring at charts, over analyzing trades?